March 28th, 2020. You're next. Just happened. This defendant shot and killed Jametta Davenport in front of her. Jametta Davenport was a friend of Gabrielle Gore. This defendant and Gabrielle Gore shared a child in common. And for a couple of years, there was a relationship. It began well, as most relationships do, but over the course of time, tension began to arise. There were multiple instances where they would break up and they would try to make it work. Break up, try to make it work. But by the end of 2019, December into early January, they were already off. Gabrielle had communicated clearly she was done. She was going to get off the roller coaster and she was going to move on. And so they reached sort of an impasse. They would co-parent, because again, they have a child in common. And the evidence would show Gabrielle thought co-parenting at a minimum would work. And all the things that happened between them in the past would stay in the past. But that wasn't to be, because although Gabrielle was done, he wasn't done. And so what transpired on the evening, approximately 9:34 p.m. at 4660 Day1 Drive, Atlanta, Georgia, here in Fulton County, this defendant shows up to her location. But how did he get there? Well, the evidence would show earlier that day, he's texting and communicating with Gabrielle Gore. He wants to know, where are you? Drop me your location. Who are you with? Why aren't you answering your phone? Well, the evidence would show that Gabrielle Gore, her friend, CJ as she calls him, formal name is Kaylin Askew, and the deceased, Jametta Davenport, had gone up to Thompson, Georgia that day. They left about 1 p.m. because CJ was going to get a car. CJ didn't have a car of his own, and he was going to get one from family members up in Thompson, Georgia. And so they got a rental, this truck. And they rented it from Enterprise. And they went to Thompson, Georgia as a threesome. While in Thompson, Georgia, Gabby's phone is going off. At one point, Gabby puts her phone on do not disturb. She may be interacting with friends. However, on the way back down, he's still, where are you? And so Gabby says, we're on the way back. And Gabby is dropped off in this driveway at 4660 Day1 Drive. Jametta Davenport is in the driver's seat. Gabby's in the passenger seat. And CJ is in the Pontiac behind the Chevy because they're dropping Gabby off. The evidence will show that CJ and Jametta lived together. And so they were going to make their way home. And we believe the evidence will show that not even 5 minutes after the twosome, the two vehicles pulled up into that driveway, this defendant pulls up right behind them and blocks in the car, the burgundy Pontiac. And then he walks. He gets out of his car, hands in his pocket, and he walks. The evidence will show, as I mentioned earlier, the cell phone records. Gabrielle's cell phone will show that about 4:52 p.m. UTC time, and we'll explain the difference to the UTC and EST and how that converts. He's texting her. Your sister and mama said they don't know where you're at. From 4:52 p.m. UTC minus 4 to approximately 9:22 p.m. UTC minus 4, he is asking for the location. At 9:22, he says, I've been calling you, bro. He follows up, shit, not even cool. At 5:52 p.m. UTC, Gabrielle did text back. And here's what she says. You question me like we still date. You try to control my life and situations like we still date. And he responds about a minute later. And you're right, bro. We're not together anymore. And that was the expectation. They were not together anymore. So Gabrielle didn't need to tell him where she was. She didn't need to account for her whereabouts. They're not together anymore, by his own admission. And as I said in the beginning, when Gabrielle comes home, less than 5 minutes later, Jametta Davenport is dead in her driveway. And after he put 16 entry wounds into the body of Jametta Davenport. 16. He points the gun to Gabby and says, "You're next." And while he's doing that, not only he says you're next, he runs to his car, opens the door, and retrieves a second handgun. And then chases her to the door of 4660 Day1 Drive. And how do we know the defendant was lying in wait for Gabby to come home? We believe the evidence will show the cell phone records. The cell phone records converted to UTC shows right around 9/11, multiple consecutive calls back to back to back. Remember I said Gabby's phone is on do not disturb. She doesn't want to talk to him, but he's insistent. He's not going to let this go. And the cell phone records places him about 2 miles from Gabby's house at 5165 Welcome Park Road here in Atlanta, Georgia, 349. 2 miles down the road. He's still calling. And then, after the incident, his cell phone pings on the cell phone towers again. This time, it's pinging at the tower closest to his house, which is located at 3526 M Circle here in Fulton County, Georgia, 30340. And depending on which road you take, depending on which route you travel, that's about 18 minutes of Gabrielle Gore's look home. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that night when Jametta Davenport lay cold and bleeding in that driveway, there was only one aggressor. The evidence will show there was only one gun that was discharged. The evidence will show there was only one shooter. This is not telling us. There was only one person who said, "You're next." There was only one person who walked down to his car to retrieve a second firearm. There was only one person who walked up casually to the Chevy where the windows were rolled up. And as Gabby exits quickly, he raises his handgun 9mm and shoots twice, bang, bang, breaking the glass. And then he reaches in and he empties the clip. And what he didn't know, however, is that Gabrielle's mother had a camera in the driveway. He didn't know that. Because you see, back in the early stages of their relationship, he lived with them at that house. And the evidence will show that everyone thought the cameras were no longer functioning. The evidence will show, however, that it was that way. And the moment of Jametta's untimely death was captured on video. And you see the defendant standing to the right. Jametta is in the driver's seat. Defendant is standing right here. Gabby has exited. CJ, their friend, and his roommate is in the Pontiac just before. And that white car blocking them all in. And he unleashes Gore. Didn't see it coming. Couldn't do anything to stop it. It happened so quickly. Barely had time to react before he was dead. And for what? As the evidence comes out, we ask you to carefully consider the charges that the state has presented. We summarized the charges yesterday, and I would like just to remind you, you'd be asked to consider 8 counts in this case. The first count will be for murder, malice murder. And malice is not something that is ill will or hatred. When we will, as the trial unfolds, we'll explain a little bit more what malice is. It is that abandoned and malignant heart. And with that malice aforethought, he caused the death of Jametta Davenport by shooting him with a handgun. And then the state also charged him with criminal attempted commitment, because when you look at all of the steps he took that night, you look at his intentions before, during, and after, we believe the evidence will show that Gabby was absolutely next, but for her banging on the front door and being led in very quickly by his sister and mother who were inside of the home. And count 3, felony murder, that by committing the crime of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, which is having the handgun on or within arm's reach of himself, the defendant, he caused the death of another, therefore, there is a felony murder count. The difference between the two is one count requires intentional act, one crime does not. And the state's position is that the defendant did all of this, right? All of his actions that day justify these charges. Counts for felony murder, breaking the glass of the truck deliberately to cause the death of Jametta Davenport. And then we talked about aggravated assault, which is the predicate act for the felony counts in counts 3, damaging the vehicle in the first degree, criminal damage in the first degree. And then he did all of this while in possession of a firearm. The evidence will show that he was in possession of 2 firearms. And so we come to the point where you're going to hear testimony. You're going to hear testimony from a variety of witnesses. There will be the lay witness testimony who are going to come and tell you what they saw, what they heard, what they observed. And we'll start with the mother of Mr. Davenport. And she will tell you a little bit about her son, a little bit about who he was in life. And then as far as the lay witnesses go, you will hear from the people who were in the residence that Jasmine's sister Winnie, Jasmine's mother, Miss Gore. I'm sorry, Gabrielle's mother, Miss Gore, as well as Gabrielle herself. We'll hear from Cassandra. He will tell you how the day unfolded and what he observed as he was parked in his car behind the truck. And you will hear from the neighbor in the adjacent subdivision who called 911, who heard the shots because her window was open. It was so loud, she could hear from the adjacent apartment. And then also hear the neighbor directly across the street also called 911, as well as the homeowner, Miss Gore. There were multiple 911 calls that night because everybody heard the commotion that was going on in the driveway. And then you'll hear from law enforcement. You'll hear from the first responding officer, Avery Bragg. Avery Bragg will tell you that he was about 4 minutes away on another call. And so he got to the scene pretty quickly. The evidence will show that Mr. Bragg was equipped with his body on camera. When he got on scene, he captures the scene as it was in the immediate aftermath of this incident. And you will see a portion of the camera. You will hear from the detectives. There were some assistant detectives in this case, and there's a lead detective in this case. And the lead detective did a number of investigative tasks, including obtaining video. Video, not just from Day1 Drive, but video from F Circle. And in those videos, what you see is this defendant entering his home, holding 2 handguns. You will hear from professional witnesses in this case. We want to educate you a little bit about domestic violence and what that looks like for intimate partner relationships, because we believe the evidence will show domestic violence is not a spectator sport. And so you'll hear from our experts who explain what that typical cycle looks like. And you will hear from the medical examiner, Dr. Henniger. Dr. Henniger will explain the trajectory, the cause, and manner of death. And we'll also present an analysis of the cell phones, an analysis of Gabrielle's cell phone, and you will hear from Samantha Gash, who did a forensic report. And we'll present some of those text messages to you so you can see, word for word, in their own words, what was going on in the lead up to this tragic death. And as you consider all of the testimony of the witnesses, we want you to bear in mind some key principles involved. I will tell you a little bit more about what those principles are, but just in brief, you will be asked to consider circumstantial versus direct evidence. And direct evidence is all the things that are tangible, what you can see, hear, touch, feel. And circumstantial evidence are what we can infer based on the totality of the circumstances. An easy way I like to explain it is, you're at home and you're hearing a thundering on your roof, you step outside and it's wet. Could somebody have come up to your roof, beaten a drum, taken a hose, and sprayed your front yard? Maybe. Plausible? Maybe. But is it reasonable? I submit to you that it's not. The more reasonable conclusion is that there was a thunderstorm and it rained. And that is a circumstantial evidence. You didn't see it happen, but based on your common sense and reason, you come to a conclusion that speaks the truth to the circumstances. And you will hear from additional professional witnesses, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, analysts who did particularly the DNA testing and the ballistics. DNA, Ms. Hines and Ms. Bagwell will present to you, and they're both named Emily, by the way, it's interesting, that when officers went and executed a search warrant at this defendant's home, they found that white Kia inside of the garage. And not only was it damaged and showed evidence of being impacted by that burgundy Pontiac, when they walked around on the door handle was smears. And when they tested those smears, it came back to be blood. And when they compared the blood to known samples in this case, the blood matched Jametta. When the ballistics report came back, when officers and the crime scene technicians come on scene and they collect the physical evidence, they do their scans, they do a 3D rendering of the scene. When the medical examiner does his autopsy, finds projectiles inside of the body of Mr. Davenport, all of that is compared to a handgun. But how did he get the handgun? The evidence would show that this defendant contacted an attorney. And with the, accompanied by the attorney, he turned himself in to the law court. Turned the two guns. Those two guns were compared to the bullets of the projectiles recovered. The evidence showed there was a match. Now, the defense will address you next, and they'll present to you a theory of their case. I expect that their theory will be different to the state's theory of the case, and that's why we're opposite sides of the V. But I ask you to listen, to take it over, and to use common sense and reason. Because when you do so, the state is confident that you will come to a verdict that speaks the truth to this situation. And I'll also say this disclaimer, as the state is putting up its case in chief, we have the burden. Sometimes when we go out of order with the witnesses, we like to go linear from top to bottom, but based on scheduling and other concerns, we may have to call one witness before the other. So I ask you to be patient. Wait till the end. It will all come together. And the evidence will show that this defendant is guilty of murder, guilty, criminal attempt to commit murder, guilty of felony murder, guilty of second count of felony murder, guilty of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, criminal damage in the first degree, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, that's count 7, and count 8, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. The evidence will show he is guilty on all counts. Thank you.
Morning, members of the jury. You are about to participate in one of the most fundamental, if not the most fundamental, tradition in our country. See, when our founding fathers created and drafted our Constitution, you are what they are. A jury of our fears. You are the one who determines justice, not the prosecutor, not me or Mr. Gardner, the lawyer, not the judge. You. And that's why we selected all yesterday. I know some of you are excited to serve, some of you less thrilled to serve. We thank you. This is a very, very, very important case. Now let's get into it. You just heard the state's opening, and you're hearing mine. And the judge will instruct you at the end of this that what we say to you is not evidence. So I generally don't take very long in my openings because I want to get to the evidence and let you decide. This is sort of a summary of what I think the evidence is going to show. The state just read to you their 8-count indictment, and that is what Mr. Lewis is charged with. That is a charging document. That's why we're here. What's very unique about this is not a whodunit. We are not going to get up and cross-examine witnesses or present a theory to you that somebody else did it. That's not why we're here. Mr. Lamonte Lewis, something awful. You're going to hear about it. You hear all about it. But what we're asking you is to look at the evidence. What we're asking you is to look at not just one piece of very graphic and disturbing evidence. Let me tell you, you're going to see a lot of video. There is probably the most video I've ever seen in a case. You're going to see a lot of it. You're going to see what happened to Mr. Davenport on video. And it's okay to feel disturbed by it. It's disturbing. And Mr. Lewis will talk to you about what happened in that moment. But it's important that you not see one moment in time and that you understand the entire picture here. And that's what this trial, through the course of this trial, that's what you're going to see. You're going to see and learn that Mr. Lewis and Gavin had been in a relationship for 4 years. And you're going to see that that relationship was very, very heated. Okay? It was fiery, it was on, it was off. You'll hear that both of them at some point have gotten charged and arrested for hurting each other, being verbally abusive, behavior that is not acceptable. And you're going to hear about it. And that may not be the norm for you or me, or some of us, but in their relationship, it was normal, and that was what they were doing. Good or bad. And you're going to hear about it. And you're going to hear how on both sides, this wasn't black and white, and many of you know, life is not black and white. It happens in the gray area. And they were on one day and off one day and going to therapy one day together. They had children together. You're going to learn that shortly after they started dating, Mr. Lewis was working a really wonderful job, was providing for her son. Miss Gabby had a son, and he stepped in very quickly to be a father figure to her son. And she then became pregnant. He continued to provide for them as a family, and that was something they all wanted to do. He purchased a home for them. You'll hear about decorating the home together, and then you'll hear the same token that they're getting into it. Police are being called. It was one of those relationships. And that just is what it is. And you'll hear about that. And you'll learn that in the days before March 28th of 2020, we can all remember March of 2020, how we were that month. I mean, it was crazy, right? COVID had just started, the world was shutting down, tensions were high, not only in our world, but in their world. And you'll hear that they were texting dozens and dozens and dozens of messages a day about getting a house in the country, going back to therapy together, to work on their relationship, being intimate with each other, co-parenting their children together. All of that was happening in the days leading up and the day that this happened. And you'll see messages, you'll see a bunch of messages that day. And you'll learn that Gabby was less than honest about what was going on with Jamari. And you'll learn that Mr. Lewis didn't like it and that he felt like something was up. That this person that she was referring to as her god brother or whoever wasn't really a god brother. And you'll learn that he's asking her where she's at. But what the state didn't tell you, but what you'll see in the evidence, and we'll be sure to point out to you, is that that day, he wasn't just calling her, where are you, out of the blue. He was calling her and trying to figure out where she was because they had plans for him to get kids and he was trying to pick up the kids. So he's reaching mom, he's trying to figure out when he can get them, when to drop them off. Because again, the relationship was bumpy up and down, and Gabby's living at home with her mom. And so, he can't just drive over there and get the kids without Gabby saying, it's okay, come over, my mom's home, pick up the children. And so there's life that's happening, and there's situations that are happening. And so he's reaching out, trying to figure out where she is. She's not answering the phone. Then she does answer the phone. Then she says, you can come at this time, don't come at this time. And so it's chaotic. It was chaos. And that was their relationship. Good, bad, or otherwise, that's the reality and that's the truth. You're going to be charged, and you're going to learn about something called voluntary manslaughter. Our argument to you is that indictment is overcharged. He's charged with a bunch of murder, felony murder. Let me be clear, there's one person here who's passed away and who was killed. So it's just all the state charging one theory, but there is one person here who was killed. But what you're going to learn at the end of the day is not a murder. Homicide, and you'll learn from the medical examiner that is death at the hands of another. Somebody else causes someone else's death, that's homicide. Murder is one way to get there. Voluntary manslaughter is another way. In sudden heat of passion, and that is what happened in this case. Tensions have been high. He's trying to figure out what's going on. He's trying to figure out, and he ends up dropping the children off, by the way, which is why he was in the neighborhood. He's not just lying and waiting, those are words of police authority. And he drops the children off. And then shortly thereafter sees them pull up and sees that she's in the car with this man. He loses it. He gets out of the car and he does the unthinkable. He lost it. He lost it. That is a crime called voluntary manslaughter. And that's what happened. And he's going to tell you that. So this is unique because this isn't a case where we're saying not guilty. This is a case where we're asking you to find him guilty of voluntary manslaughter. And the state has to disprove that to you. The state of Georgia has to disprove that to you. We have no burden. And we can sit here and play chess at the table all day. We're not going to do that. But we could be sitting here. We don't have to prove anything to you because our founding fathers have said so. The state of Georgia has the burden to prove every single count in that indictment beyond reason. And we don't believe they can do it. And there's a charge here called attempted murder. And the state's theory, what I expect the evidence will show, and what the state just told you, is that they believe that after Mr. Davenport was shot in the driveway, that Mr. Lewis then goes to his car, retrieves a gun, and tries to then kill and shoot Gabby. I urge you, when that evidence comes out, to be reasonable. We don't ask you to leave all your life experiences at the door. We encourage that. Does that make sense? The evidence just won't show. Because the reality is, when Mr. Lewis is walking out of his car up that driveway, Gabby's already out of the car. He and her are square on. If he wanted to shoot and kill her, that was the moment he would have done it. She runs into the house. He is lasered in on that guy. Good, bad, or otherwise. Again, it is a crime called voluntary manslaughter. He does not shoot Gabby. He does not try to shoot Gabby. So the count of attempted murder, I believe the state's gonna be able to prove it. So again, you're gonna hear some evidence, you're gonna hear a bunch of witness testimony. The judge is then gonna instruct you on the law, and this is a case in particular that we want you to pay very close attention to those jury instructions. And I'll tell you, it's the most boring part of the trial, because you're gonna sit here when all the evidence is closed, and after we sit down from our closing arguments, and the judge is gonna read you just a bunch of law, and you're gonna have to take notes and listen to it. Boring, but it's the most important part, especially in this case, because the law in this case is critical. They have charged him with murder, and there's no evidence. So pay attention to the voluntary manslaughter charge, pay attention to the charge you're gonna get. You go to charge on adultery, and you'll learn that that is a justification when you're being suddenly provoked. You're in a relationship with somebody, you don't have to be married, infidelity, and you catch that person in the moment, or learn about that information very recently, close in time, that can be a scenario that would then fall under voluntary manslaughter. So pay attention to those charges. At the end of the day, we're gonna ask you to find him not guilty of murder, of felony murder. But there will be a lesser included charge of voluntary manslaughter. Thank you so much. That's all I have.
All right, stalemate calls. Next, first witness.
And the state calls Jametta Davenport. Okay.
We shall affirm that the testimony should be in accord with the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You may be seated.
Jametta Davenport, Jonetta.
Good morning, Davenport.
Good morning.
Davenport, tell the jurors where you currently live.
I'm sorry.
Where do you live currently?
Jonesboro, Georgia.
And who do you live with?
My husband.
Do you live with anybody else?
No, ma'am.
Directing your attention to March of 2020, did you live with anybody else then?
No,
Do you have any children?
I do.
How many?
I have three. I had three boys.
Tell the jurors their ages and sort of where they rank, what they're receiving.
My oldest is 34. My middle is 30. Jamar would have been 29.
How was Jamari, your baby?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Davenport, how did you learn about Jamar's?
I received a phone call at probably about 8. It was after 8:30 that Saturday, telling me he had been shot.
Where were you got that call?
I was at home.
Before you got that call, when was the last time you had spoken to your son?
I go fishing on Saturdays, so I was out fishing when he called, and I told him I would call him back later.
What time was that?
About 1:30 that evening.
Last conversation with your son?
That was the last conversation.
What did Jamari do for work?
He worked AutoZone and he fixed iPhones. He installed cameras, hung TVs on the wall, any type of security cameras if someone needed them.
How long did he work at AutoZone?
Ma'am,
How long did he work at AutoZone?
maybe a year, a little longer.
Ms. Davenport, showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1 and State's Exhibit 2. Take a look at these exhibits and tell me what you recognize.
I didn't hear you.
Once you've looked at the exhibits, can you tell me what you recognize them to be?
A picture of my son.
And the photos that you just looked at fairly accurately depict your son as you remembered him when he was alive.
Yes, ma'am.
And do those photos appear to be changed or altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
But at this time, still would move to tender into evidence States 1 and 2.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted without objection.
Request the permission to follow.
You may.
Ms. Davenport, where was this photo taken?
I'm not sure what was taken.
How long before his passing was it taken?
Maybe a year. Could be the same year.
And generally, can you describe his weight and height?
Probably about 200 pounds. 5'9", 5'8", 5'9".
What was this photo taken?
That's his graduation picture.
When did you graduate?
2013.
What was his major?
He was unsure.
Where did he graduate from?
Benjamin E. Mays High School.
Ms. Davenport, why was it important for you to testify today?
I need closure. I really miss him.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Judge.
Can this witness be excused, Ms. Charles?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Davenport. You can step down.
I leave these pictures here.
If you could give those to the court reporter. Statement call us next witness.
You're on the stable call, Marcus Trailer.
Marcus Trailer, MARCUSTRAYLOR.
Mr. Trailer, good morning.
Good morning.
Tell the jurors how you're currently employed.
I work for Emergency Services 911 for Fulton County.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
Excuse me?
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
21 years.
And can you describe what are some of your duties and responsibilities?
I'm a 911 supervisor. I'm assigned to open records.
And day to day, what does that mean as a supervisor? What are your tasks?
So I produce 911 records, 911 calls, CAD reports, computer-aided dispatch reports, transcripts of 911 calls.
And how are 911 calls generated?
They're stored electronically on a server. So a 911 call comes in, it's automatically captured by the recording system and computer systems.
How long is that call typically retained for?
So we retain CAD reports, computer-aided dispatch reports for 5 years and audio recordings for 3 years.
When a call comes in, what identifying information is received?
The cell phone number, landline numbers, addresses, cell towers, things like that.
During the call, what information does the dispatcher gather from the caller?
So they ask for the name, the address of the incident, their telephone numbers, and exactly what happened.
Once the call is received, what happens next?
So the operator types the information that the caller states into the computer system, and the dispatcher receives it, and they dispatch the appropriate unit, police, fire, EMS, animal control, or whoever needs to respond.
And that information that's entered into the CAD report, is it automatically transcribed or manually inputted?
Automatically, once they enter it into the computer.
And once you generate a CAD, what information is including in a CAD so you know it's related to a particular case?
So it has an event ID number assigned to each call and a case number once it's issued.
And at what point is an officer dispatched?
Excuse me.
At what point is an officer dispatched?
Once the dispatcher receives the call and they have a unit available, then they'll dispatch a unit.
And 911 calls and CAD reports kept in the ordinary course of business.
Yes.
What procedures do you have in place to prevent them from being altered or changed in any way?
Well, there's no procedure, but we don't alter those.
Directing your attention to March 28th of 2020, were you able to locate calls placed to Southfield Police Department and 911 regarding the location of 4660 Diane Drive?
Yes.
I'm handing you first the CAD reports. States Exhibit 3, 4, and 5. Can you please take a look at that and tell me what you recognize them to be?
They're the CAD reports, computer-aided dispatch reports, the transcripts of the 911 calls.
Did they appear to be changed and altered in any way from the time you reviewed it?
No.
And at this time, the still moves to tender into the record, states 3, 4, and 5.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted without objection.
I am now showing you states 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Let's take a look at those and we'll get my identifier.
They're the CDs of the 911 calls that I produced.
How do you confirm that you produced them?
They have my initials on them.
And when you reviewed the calls, did they appear to be altered or changed in any way?
No.
Did they fairly and accurately depict the 911 calls received on the night of March 28th, 2020 related to this incident?
Yes.
Thank you. At this time, Your Honor, still moving to evidence states 6, 5, 7 through 10.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
And at this time, state would publish
CAD.
the state's CAD report states 3. Mr. Chairman, can you explain to the jurors, starting at the top, just on the event report, what are we looking at on that first page?
So this is the transcript of the 911 call. It has the date and the time that the call was received, the event ID assigned to this particular CAD report, the case number. For this one is EMS. Fire also has a separate case number. Police has a separate case number and event ID. The address, the call source, which was wireless, cell phone, and
And what is the event ID related to this case?
the police event ID is 2020-115549,
And what was the date and time that this was the call was received?
March 28th, 2020.
And looking at the location, can you explain to the jury what that location was reported as?
4650 Diane Drive.
In this instance, was there a caller name on the CAD report captured?
No.
And why does that happen sometimes?
Typically, either the 911 operator forgets to type it in, or they usually list it inside the notes of the CAD report, but it should go there next to caller.
What is the phone number captured as making the call?
843-246-5981.
And where it says the nature of the call, can you explain to the juror what that means?
That is what the call is about.
Okay. Going down to the notes section. What time was officers dispatched on this call?
220940, which is 10:09 p.m.
How long after the call was received, did officers dispatch?
Almost an hour. It's like 28 minutes, 15 seconds.
And moving down. What is the purpose of the event log?
So that just captures system information and sometimes notes from the dispatcher.
And what is the address listed there from on the notes?
Which section?
Where it says 4 down, CHG.
Four down, CHG. So from the radio log,
The event log. Looking at the top of the event log, the top portion. You can look behind, it might be easier. You look directly behind you.
okay. So which,
So 4 down, CHG. Can you explain to the jury where it says change street? What would that happen?
so typically when the call comes in, it's the cell tower address, and then the caller will give the actual address.
And just to clarify, can you confirm the time of dispatch one more time? I believe.
So the police was dispatched at 220940, which is 10:09 p.m. For the first police unit.
Going down to the radio log. Can we just look at the first line again with the dispatch behind you? Is that 2209? Just. First line.
That's a different CAD report, so that's 2142. That's an EMS.
Okay, so what is the difference in that dispatch time and the first dispatch time that you just mentioned?
So that's the time that the first EMS unit was dispatched to the call versus police.
And what is the difference in EMS and law enforcement dispatching?
So EMS responds if there's a medical emergency, so versus police to handle the law section portion of the call.
Right. And in the information that was received, was there noted that there was a medical emergency?
Yes,
What was the emergency noted?
the person shot.
And going down to all the way to the bottom of the next one up. Thank you. Now, in the event notes addendum, what information is related to the dispatcher?
So that's dispatch information from, this particular one is from the fire department, where battalion chief stated notes to the dispatcher, and it's notated here. And also the dispatcher's name and the agency.
What is the purpose of fire dispatch notes?
So fire's dispatch on medical calls, depending on the triage of the call, they're dispatched to fire and medical calls.
On the events note, does it note the status of the person who was shot?
Shows one patient, GSW, signal 48, so the person died.
Thank you. And going down to the next page of the event notes. Going down just a little bit to midway through. Does the caller report who caused the injury to the person you just explained was listed as having died?
It says subject was Lamonte Lewis.
Was there any other information given to 911 by the caller relating to the incident?
It shows complainant advised that a person has been shot. The parties on scene are hysterical. Subject direction of travel, right of the CAD location. Subject is in an unknown vehicle. Incident was captured on video. Patient is not breathing. GSW to the upper portion of the body.
And typically when a 911 call comes in involving a gunshot, what if any instructions are given to the person who made the call by 911 dispatcher?
So we have a emergency medical dispatch protocol that we follow. So it allows the 911 operator to ask certain questions relevant to what the caller states.
And in the notes, did it note where the incident location of this incident?
It's on the, not in this section, but it's at the, should be at the bottom or the, if there was a change from the actual address, which would be on the first page, 4650 Diane Drive.
And is it common sometimes for multiple CAD reports to be generated for the same incident number?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because each operator receives a different call, and if they're not aware that it's a duplicate call, it'll generate a separate event ID.
Publishing now has been previously tendered as State's Exhibit 6.
No objection. I'm sorry.
Just to publish, you can announce
Sorry,
it.
Jim.
That's fine.
Okay,
No,
thank
no
you.
issues.
Don't do that. Don't you can bear this. Just publish. Try it. Let's try one more time.
Fulton County 911. What's the address of the emergency?
4655 Diane Drive. It's a person street from my house. They all pulling out there a big shootout.
Okay, and repeat the address for me.
4655 Diane Drive.
Thank you. And you said there was a shootout?
Yes, it was the shooting. I live right across the street.
Do you know if anyone's hurt?
I'm on the camera. I see somebody in the yard. It was like 9 or 10 shots. And 2 cars just drove off.
Okay. Do you know if anybody's hurt?
I don't know.
What kind of car did they drive off in?
It's a white Kia and a black car. I can't see it. There's a big truck in the yard right now with the lights on.
Okay, the white Kia, did it leave?
Yes, They were pulling up, but they was outside the cars and they were shooting.
Okay, so I have the white Kia, and what's the other vehicle? You said a
It
black
was
car?
A black one. I don't know the black vehicle, but this is a F-150. Look like in the driveway now. In a maroon. It was like 3 or 4 cars.
Okay. We do already have the call. However, I do need the information you're giving me for the officer. We do already have officers aware of the situation. Someone called right before you, so the officers are aware. I'm adding the information you're giving me so they can have it.
Can they just come, please? There's kids that live over there.
I understand, and that's why I was explaining we do already, have the information here for the officers.
Okay.
So they're going to be there as soon as possible, okay?
All right.
If anything changes, give us a call back.
Mr. Chairman, is it typical in incidents like these to have multiple 911 calls?
Yes.
Published in our States Exhibit 10.
Yeah,
I'm calling them back. I'm calling them back
of the
now.
emergency.
I just called and spoke with someone. I couldn't give the address because it's not in our neighborhood, but it's across the street. So I just wanted to get more detail because there's a truck sitting in the driveway with the headlights on and the door still open. So I think the person who may have got shot is in that vehicle because the door's been open and the headlights on in the truck in the driveway for a while now since the gunshot.
Okay.
And people keep running and back. They're screaming. Yeah, somebody has to be dead. They have to be dead. She's screaming crazy.
Okay, do you have a description of the person? Were you able to see the person in the vehicle?
It was a sedan that set off. No, because there's
sedan.
no, we're nowhere near. They're out here screaming, somebody's dead. Somebody's dead. Somebody's dead.
We do have officers en route to the location, officers as well as paramedics en route to the location.
Okay.
All right. So
thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
All right, bye.
Mr. Taylor, in your review of the CAD and 911 calls associated with that location, was that the only CAD report that you were able to locate for this location?
Yes.
Directing your attention to April 19th of 2019, did you locate any additional call outs in that location?
I would need to see the CAD report, so.
It was in Mark States Exhibit 11. I mean, the refreshing recollection on what you were.
Yes.
Can you tell the juror the date of that incident?
September 21st, 2018.
Is that CAD, was it consistent with how you describe CADs normally kept and generated in the previous incident?
Yes.
And does it appear to be altered or changed in any way?
No.
And what is the address associated with that CAD report?
1475 Sand Bay Drive, Southwest.
Publishing estates. Your Honor, at this point, still move into evidence states at 11.
Objection.
Admitted.
I apologize, Your Honor, that should be state 17, not states 11.
All right, so there is no states 11, and now it's going to be states 17. Is there any,
Yes.
and that's the same exhibit that is admitted without objection.
So. The address on state 17
4660 Diane Drive,
and the date on that CAD report.
April 19th, 2019.
And to clarify, that CAD report was ordinarily kept in the course of business and has not been altered or changed in any way?
That's correct.
Understand we're moving to evidence state 17.
I think he's already said no objection to that, so that is admitted already.
Publishing now state 17. Just briefly, can you read into the record the time that this call was made on April 19, 2019?
14:35:03, which is 2:35 p.m.
And what is the nature of that call?
It's a signal 29, which is a fight or domestic dispute.
And what is the phone number associated with that call?
843-246-9431.
What information was gathered from the caller in the notes section there?
So the female caller gave an address and then hung up. They didn't answer on call back, and they stated to have PD check the resident.
What was the name of the female who made that call?
So for the first one, doesn't list it. It shows a second call from a Gabrielle Gore.
Thank you. I am now handing you States Exhibits 11, 15, and 13 for your review. Each other three would recognize those.
Their CAT reports.
What address is associated with those CAD reports?
1475 Sand Bay Drive, and then one list apartment, 5008.
And those CAD reports, again, made in the same way consistent with what you described earlier?
Yes.
Did they appear to be altered or changed in any way?
No.
This time state will move into the record. States 11, 13, and 15.
No objection.
Admitted.
Okay. The location that you just described, is that location here in Fulton County?
Yes.
Now, once officers dispatched to a scene, what does it mean to clear a call?
So the unit leaves the location.
And what happens before a call is cleared?
Can you clarify what you mean?
What kind of events happen from the time of call, officers dispatch on the scene? Is there anything that happens in between that?
So the responding unit, give information to the dispatcher, and we'll notate that in the text of the calls.
And once the call is cleared, would that conclude your role in the investigation of incidents and cases such as this?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further from the state.
Any cross?
No cross.
This one is to be excused, Ms. Charles.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Trail.
Thank you.
For the jury, generally by show of hands in between witnesses, if anyone needs a break, let me know. Otherwise, state may call its next witness.
No. Your Honor, state will call Leticia. Oh, Your Honor, I'm going to briefly approach on the next witness. Transport. And she could. Your Honor, the state will call Cassandra Gates.
You swear upon the testimony.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My name is Cassandra Gates, Cassandra, Gates, Gates. Good morning, ma'am.
Ms. Gates, tell the jury how you're related to the parties in this case.
I am the mother of the defendant, Lamonte Deshaun Lewis.
And do you know the victim in this case, Gabrielle Gore?
I do know Gabrielle.
How do you know Gabrielle Gore?
She's the mother of my first grandchild,
What's the name of that grandchild?
Lamonte Lewis.
And did it come during the course of the relationship that you had time to spend with Gabrielle Gore and the defendant, your son?
Yes,
Directing your attention to April 19, 2019. Were you present during an incident related to the defendant and Ms. Winnie?
yes, ma'am.
And prior to you testifying today, did you have an opportunity to review a video that captured that interaction?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And when you reviewed the video, did it appear to be changed or altered in any way?
Not to my recollection. No, ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been marked as states 22.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that to be?
I recognize this to be the video that I saw and I initialed.
Your Honor, at this point, state will tender into the record, states as a complaint.
Pursuant to our previous objection.
All right, it is admitted.
Ms. Gates, thinking back to that date, April 2019, what do you recall from the events of that?
The events of that day, from my recollection, I think we had taken Gabrielle and maybe one or two of the children somewhere. At that time, she did not have a car. So a lot of times she relied on us to, help her, and especially him, because he could, financially, what I mean. So that day, an argument started with him and Gabrielle in the car on the way to Gabrielle's house. And the argument started because there was my grandbaby Lamont had a tablet and he had messed up the charger and he couldn't get it. You know how the kids like to play with their tablets. And so Gabrielle gave Lamont her tablet. And when he clicked on, you know how kids just click on things to play, a video came up. And on that video showed a gentleman in Gabrielle's bed ejaculating. So that started an argument with them. And I was driving, I believe. And so when we got to Gabrielle's house, they got out of the car without me and they continued to argue. And it just got too much. So I interjected and I probably called her some names and maybe him too, to be honest, because the children were there and I was upset that they were arguing in front of the children.
The argument escalated to anything more?
I don't recall. I just remember us going into I'm trying to force her to get in the house. And I just know he was more angry than she was. And it just got to be too much, because she was antagonizing him and like provoking him to anger. So I don't recall if anything else happened. I believe he did have a weapon.
Do you remember what color the weapon was?
No, ma'am.
Publishing now states 22.
Shut your mouth. Move your baby. You don't care about this. The baby is right here. You don't care? You're not gonna be able to see him. No, we're not gonna see him. Period. It's fine. You should stay in the house. You should go in the house. Everything is on time. When you see my in the house, girl, you talk too fucking much. He's snapping, bitch. Go in the house with his stupid shit.
Ms. Gates, why do you tell Gabby he's snapping?
Because I've never seen him act like that. And that was just the word that had came. I've never seen him act like that, ever. ever. I've never even heard of him acting like that. And I've known him his whole life.
And when he came up to the doorway holding the firearm, what did you do?
I just remember what y'all saw me. I chose not to look at it. I just was trying to diffuse it, and I know there was some profanity from me.
Do you recall what he said to her?
I don't remember what they were saying. I don't. I'm just being honest.
What location is that in?
This location is at Gabrielle's mom's house where she was residing at that time, I believe.
And beyond this incident, did you ever observe any other altercations personally?
Yes.
And in those observations, they happen at your house or somewhere else?
One at my house on Mother's Day, and so I put her out, and she was banned from my house because I didn't like the behavior, I didn't like the words. And so when she came to see him and drop the baby off, she would have to park. I didn't even want her in my driveway. So that was an incident that occurred at my house. And then another incident occurred at his house while I was there, and they were arguing, and she told him she was gonna.
Without telling me what she said.
Yeah,
What you observed.
they were just arguing.
Although you were here testifying for, at the state subpoena, you still care for your sons.
Absolutely, and Gabrielle as well.
Morning, Ms. Gates.
Good morning, ma'am.
Gates, do you recall about when Gabby came into your life and when she came into your son's life?
I met Gabrielle probably about 2015. And do you want me to, okay. How I met Gabrielle, she was, her and my niece were friends, and her little sister and my niece's little sister were like best friends. So that's how I met her.
And do you know when or approximately when your son and they started dating?
I remember the exact date.
Tell me about it.
It was not the date, but the month. It was one of my niece, like my grandniece or great niece or whatever you call them. It was her daughter's second birthday. Her first birthday was actually held at that home, Gabrielle's home. But the second birthday was held at my niece's apartment. And Lamonte, Deshaun Lewis, the defendant, my son, he had just come back home from a contract that he had throughout the southeastern United States, installing carpet and things like that. And he and Gabby just kind of gravitated toward one another. And I didn't, because she had a baby that was 3 months old at the time, Haven. But that's when they started, dating. And it was in June or July of 2016.
How would you, and have you, so since 2016 through 2020, had you had occasion to be around them throughout their relationship?
All the time.
Would you describe their relationship?
They seem to be fine for a good while. I know they lived together for some years. He got, he was a truck driver, so he makes really good money. So he had purchased, he wound up building a home for them. They only lived there about 5 months before the incident. But prior to that, he had got a 1-bedroom. And then she told him that her mom was putting her out. So he went to the leasing office and they gave him, he traded that into a 3-bedroom. And so her and him and her first son and my grandson, they all lived together as a family. He would take them on vacations. He took them on trips. He took the boys to the beach, zoo, just whatever. It was a really good life, like the American dream type life, because he can afford that. So everything seemed fine to me. Every now and again, all couples have disputes. So that what was going on. But when they had disputes, it was always about some type of infidelity on her end. And just like the incident with the video that he and I and my grandbaby wind up seeing, you know, that it would just be little things like that he felt that she was doing things that a mother shouldn't do in front of the kids.
So now you've described some of the good moments, the vacation and those
And
things, but-
vacations and holidays,
Right,
yes.
but tell the jury about, some of the other things and I don't want you to get into specifics, but sort of, how would you characterize the other side of their relationship? Is it fair to say it was rocky? Sometimes?
Yes, that's a good word,
Up
Rocky.
and down? One day they're together, one day they're not together.
It may not be one day, like they may be together for months and nothing, and then here's something, then they back together, and
And
so,
that happened for a period of time, right? It wasn't just one day.
no.
Now, in the video that we saw two children there. Who are the two children we saw?
The children are Haven, which is her first son, and the one that was holding the sippy cup is my grandbaby, Lamont,
And that's Lamonte,
Monte's son.
his biological son.
Yes.
Haven is. his
A
son.
previous relationship she was in.
And then we saw Gabby at the door, right?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And what would you all call her? Gabby or?
We do call her Gabby.
We saw your son with guns or gun, right? In that video?
I didn't look at it, but
You were there. Did he have a gun?
I believe so.
Okay. Did your son carry guns before?
Uh,
Have you?
this was April of 2019, right? Yeah, yes. He's a licensed carrier. He is.
So it wasn't just unique on one day that he gets out of the car with a gun.
No.
He would carry a gun.
Yeah,
Was
that's
allowed to
correct.
Do that.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you described an incident that was at your house on Mother's Day.
Yes.
Would you walk us through, you've told us about different locations that they've lived in. Would you walk us through from what you observed, where were they living at different times? So were they
Okay.
ever both living at your house?
No.
Okay.
But they did reside at her mom's house.
And is that the Diane Drive address?
That's correct.
Okay. And for a time, your son was living there?
Living there.
Okay. And then there was a one-bedroom apartment that you said he had at one point. Was she living there with him at
Yeah.
one point?
Yes, she was.
With Haven?
Yes, and Lamont.
And then at some point, they got a 3-bedroom apartment.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
The two of them with the 2 children are living there.
Yes, ma'am.
And then after the 3-bedroom apartment, he then gets the house.
He came back to my house and she went back to her mom's.
Okay.
And a few months later, he went in, had the house built.
And at that point, or at some point thereafter, did she live there? Or
Yes,
stay there?
yes, she did.
One moment, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you redirect on those new subjects?
Ms. Gates, how
Yes, ma'am.
how long did she live at the apartment with him? The house that was built?
The home that was built, they both were there about 5 months. I think she maybe left a week or two before this incident.
If we're sharing again State's Exhibit 22 at the 15-second approximately mark, can you look behind you and describe what it is that your son is holding in his hand?
I do see a weapon in that's his left hand.
And what type of weapon is he holding?
I don't know, ma'am. It looks like a handgun to me.
Thank you, nothing further.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, can this witness be excused? Ms. Charles?
Okay.
Your Honor, the cell will call. Yes, she can be
You
excused.
can sit down, ma'am. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Do you have another witness ready? All right, State may call us next witness.
Your Honor, the cell will call Lamonte Lewis.
Judge, is it possible for a quick Absolutely. All right, let's take 5. Y'all know how to hit the light when you all are ready to go.
All right, the jury.
And to the juror, just raise his hand. Can you remind us your number?
38.
Juror 38. All right, Ms. Charles, if you'd rather do your Zoom witness now, and you want to call that instead, now that you've got some time to set up the Zoom, feel free. And just for the purposes of the record, as I understand it, and I've been informed, the state is planning to call Leticia George at some point today, and that direct and cross-examination is going to be conducted over Zoom. And so, Mr. Gardner, you have no objections under Uniform Rule 9.1 and 9.2? All right, understood.
May we go to
Absolutely. We're in recess for 5 minutes. And Ms. Charles, just let us know when you've got your witness in the waiting room so we
Yes.
can let her in.
Do you have an extra jump drive? I'll do it upstairs. She says there's no time for that, but do you have an extra jump drive? Not with you? So you're gonna have to call Lamonte later. Is that okay? Because the CD is not working. Can I see the CD? No, this one, just say, we can fix it later. This is all the videos up there, the link. I published this one. Okay. So he only found 2, okay? Okay, so it's the videos of here. And it's all the same, it's up at small division. No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm sure you put it in other business record.
Oh.
I could have sent him this. I already sent it. Oh, my bad. I was good. Okay, I got it.
You did well. Maria.
There's no 12. She just walks away. Who's next? Leticia George? Well, gotta get on this. Yeah, that's for authentication.
Can't see it, go come to order.
Okay.
What's up?
You did that?
Oh, does that interfere with it?
No, that's fine.
Okay. you think you're switching the order around, Miss Charles, or
Oh,
what?
she's in the waiting room.
She's in the waiting room. All right, and the name?
Leticia George,
Miss George,
and that's L. George.
L. George. And if we go ahead and admit her, and I guess we're going to pull her up on the screen here. L. George. All right. And we'll go ahead and pull her up on the screen and do a little sound check before we bring back the jury. And before we go back on the record.
Hello.
Miss George.
Hi there.
All right. If you could just hang tight, and I think we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
so we'll be with you shortly, okay?
Thank you.
Are there any exhibits that we're going to have to be going
there-
back and forth with her on?
No, we're just playing what's already been tendered.
Okay.
One demonstrative that Mr. would ask her to use. Bring across.
How's she going to be able to see it? You're just going to share your screen?
Okay, let's see.
Have we tested that? And here's
Miss Judge, good morning.
this is the other issue. If you're having her authenticate it by screen sharing, the jury's going to see it before it's properly admitted, right? So is there something that we can just agree is authenticated?
This is a demonstrative of a map. We're not turning it into evidence, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay.
Any objections to, okay.
No objection.
I mean, I think demonstratives are still supposed to be authenticated before we show them to a jury. They're not admitted as evidence. They're admitted as a demonstrative, just the song and dance. But there's no objection, so we can just do it that way. I don't think you need to worry about authentication if there's no objection from the witnesses. All right. So anything else you need to test out with her?
She said she could hear clearly. That's correct.
Okay. And can she see the screen? Miss George, you still with us? You can go off mute. Stay
Yes,
off mute.
I am.
Okay.
Did you see the exhibit or the map that they showed you for a moment?
Yes, I
there?
saw a map briefly. I don't
Okay.
see it now, but I did.
And we approach her. You got it.
Okay, it's back up.
Fulton County 911.
Okay, so that's still an issue. But in terms of things putting at the scene, I wonder, that's still something parties can mention. So I don't even. Or exhibits, just be exhibits, not the witness. It's not your interest. That's what I was trying to say. So they know they're talking about. And again, just need. That's not on it. But okay. Correct. That's why you gotta know the time.
Yes.
No.
All right, let's go back on the record. And we had the waiver of 9.2, I think, already. So I think we're ready for the jury now. So we can bring in the jury. Thank you, Deputy Scott. Members of the jury, as I think was explained to you in opening, there's a lot of logistical things that go into a trial. And while you were gone, as I understand it, the state intends to call a different witness than the one they originally announced. And so, state, if you could re-announce your next witness.
And the state will call Leticia George, and she'll be joining us via Zoom.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony should give the court is the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please state your name.
Leticia George.
Good morning, Ms. George.
Hi, good morning.
Tell the jury currently where you live, what city?
Pine Mountain.
Okay. And how long have you lived in Pine Mountain?
Almost a year next month.
And where did you live previous to that location?
In the city of Atlanta. And then prior to that, in College Park, tied to this case.
Okay. And what was the address that you lived back in 2020 that's tied to this case?
5090s. I'm sorry, I've got to give you an old address. 4597 Creekside Cove, Atlanta, Georgia, 30349.
And relative to the incident location, where was your house?
So I lived in the Creekside Cove subdivision, which is adjacent to the street of the incident.
Okay. And what's the next where you to the incident, to your house?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Where it's Creekside Drive near Pullen Road?
Yes, you have to, you can access the subdivision from Pullen.
Okay. I'm showing you what has been agreed upon as an aerial map of the location.
Okay, I'm able to see.
Okay. How many doors down would you estimate that you lived at the time to the Diane Drive location?
Apologize. So the way the house is positioned, the back of our house is parallel to the backyard of a house that sits across the street from the house where the incident was. So essentially, I would say about 300 yards or so, give or take.
Okay. And how did you become involved with this incident?
I came involved primarily through me calling 911 from me hearing the gunshots and reporting what I saw and heard.
Okay. How did you come to hear the gunshots?
watching TV, and my window was open in my bedroom, which faces the house where the incident occurred. And while watching TV, heard the gunshots and the car screeching off. And from there, called 911 and additionally drove over to the scene, um, just to further advise the officers of what I saw and heard.
At home?
Yes, I was at home, but
And
I did drive. Go ahead.
I'm saying, were you alone at home that night?
No,
Were
I
you
was
by
not at
yourself?
home. I was not alone. My family was there, my husband and 2 daughters.
Okay. And once you called 911, what did you do next?
After calling 911, then I got dressed, got in my vehicle and drove out of the subdivision to the street into the house where I heard and saw a vehicle speed off from. And that's where I saw a gentleman laying in a driveway in a pool of blood, and 2 women who came out to assist.
Okay. Publishing now states Exhibit 8, which is previously tendered into evidence. This exhibit is 1 minute and 30 seconds approximately in length. This table playing the first 47 seconds only.
Fulton County 911, what is the address of the emergency?
I'm not sure of the address. There's 3 across from us, but we hear multiple gunshots.
Oh, okay. What's the closest cross street or the closest intersection?
So what street is Poland Lane, Scarborough Road area. We live in the Creekside Cove neighborhood, but we can see the house from our master bedroom. And there's 2 cars out there. Another car just sped off. Someone's out there screaming, and it was several gunshots.
Did you see what the car looked like by chance?
I have to ask my husband. He just went downstairs. He's the one who looked out the window before me. He just went downstairs.
Ms. George, could you put a number on the multiple shots that you heard?
Yes, I would say more than 4 to 5, but I would say less than 10.
Okay. And once you arrived in the driveway, you said the 2 females in the driveway. What happened next?
I rolled my window down because they were screaming, obviously hysterical at what happened and transpired. And so I rolled my window down to inform them that I already contacted the police.
Okay. Did you observe anything else while on scene?
I left after that, and went back home, but I was called back to the scene.
Okay. And who called you back to the scene?
An officer, I do not recall the name.
Thank you. Nothing further from the state.
No questions for you, Your Honor.
All right, can Miss George be excused? Ms. Charles?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Miss George. You can log off now. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call Lamonte Lewis.
Someone calling for him? Okay.
Raise your hand fully. Do you swear affirm that?
State and spell it. Lamontae Lewis, Laruntae, Lewis, Lewis.
Mr. Lewis, good morning.
Good morning.
Tell the jurors how you related to the parties in this case.
Lamonte is my brother.
And you, prior to the incident that brings us here today, did you live with Lamonte Lewis?
Off and on.
And what addresses do you stay with him?
3955 Jeffrey Drive, and 3526 Ebb Circle.
And how long were you at the Ebb Circle location?
I was over there pretty much all of November and December of 2019. Some of January 2020. And some of March 2020.
And while you lived there, who else lived there with you?
My brother, the kids, and Gabrielle Gore.
How long did Gabrielle Gore stay at that location?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure to be exact how long she stayed there.
Would you say she stayed there consistently, or she spent nights, multiple nights in a row?
More consistent than not.
Were you aware that at the Ebb Circle location, your brother was equipped with video cameras inside of his home and outside?
Yes.
I am showing you states 52, 52A, and 52B, which are pursuant to the business certification from the Vivid provider for the security system. Prior to testifying, did you have an opportunity to look at some videos that were captured at the Ebb Circle location?
Yes.
When you looked at those videos, did they fairly and accurately depict the incidents captured on that video on the night of March 28th of 2020?
Yes.
Did the videos appear to be altered or changed in any way?
No.
You know, this is still moving to the record, states 52, 52A, and 52B.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Playing first 52. First 52A. Mr. Lewis, tell me what you recognize the scene that's depicted on the screen behind you. Where was that?
That's the address that we were just talking about.
Okay, and what is in the driveway of that address?
A car.
And whose car is that?
I believe that's my brother's car.
Playing now 52A? First 7 seconds. Yes. Playing the first 7 seconds of 52A? Can we stop right here for a minute? Mr. Lewis, stopping at the 6-second mark first. Who is that in the video?
That would be my brother.
And what is your brother's name?
Lamonte.
Thank you. And going on to the 7 seconds? Mr. Lewis, what is it that your brother is holding in his hands as he walks into the house?
Could you rewind it?
What is that?
You waiting on me?
Yes, sir.
Can you clear it up?
You get to the 7-second mark?
Appears to be a cell phone and 2 firearms.
Okay. Playing now states 52B. What do you recognize states 50?
This will be inside of the house.
And who do you recognize inside of that video?
Right now, I can see me and my brother.
And where are you positioned in relation to your brother?
I'm across next to the stove wearing a blue shirt.
What is your brother wearing?
A white T-shirt and some shorts.
And what does he have in his hand?
Either a cell phone or a tablet.
Okay. And playing States 52B in its entirety?
You just don't my win. Oh, it just don't win. Yeah, funny. That nigga funny. Hey, this ass for this shit for if I'm the F4 head. Okay, we really got this. Hey, let me see here. What is it?
During the course of this video, what does your brother appear to be doing?
Objection, speculation.
Ms. Charles?
What is your brother doing?
I think the objection still stands. I was wondering if you wanted to respond to that objection.
I'll just rephrase.
Okay, we'll try that.
What do you observe your brother doing?
Looking at something.
Okay. As it relates to this incident, when for the first time did you learn about this incident? Directing your attention to March 28th of 2020? When for the first time did you learn about the incident?
Sometime after. I don't remember the exact time, but it was later that night.
Okay. And once you learned about the incident, what did you do next?
I went to his home.
Okay. And is that the home on Epps Circle?
Yes.
And once you arrived at the home, what did you observe?
When I got there, his front door was wide open.
Is that usual or unusual?
Unusual.
What did you do next?
Went inside the home.
Who did you find inside?
No one.
When for the first time did you discuss this case with law enforcement?
I don't remember.
When you encountered law enforcement, do you remember what happened when you encountered law enforcement?
Somewhat, yes.
What happened? Can you describe that for the jurors?
It may have been, I don't remember the exact, but it was after the incident. I went over to his home to retrieve some of my clothing and some of my items that I had at his home while I was staying there. Coming out of the home, I was about to drive off, and the investigators pulled me over and took me out of the car.
What did they do next?
They took some of my weapons that I had on me at the time. They went through my bags and found my clothes, and they took me to the station, and they just held me.
Can you describe the handguns that you had on you at the time? The make and models?
Yes. At the time, I had a 9mm Jimenez and a MPA 57 DMG.
And once that interaction with law enforcement concluded, did you have any further interaction with law enforcement?
No, they gave me one of my weapons back, and I was able to leave.
Thank you. Nothing further from the state.
Good morning, Mr. Lewis. How are you?
Good morning. Good, yourself?
I am well, thank you. So you stated on direct that at some point, maybe in November, December 2019, sometime in January and March of 2020, you lived at the 3926 Ebb Drive address, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, at least from November and December, you said Gabby and the kids resided with Mr. Lewis and yourself at the Ebb address, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and during that time that y'all lived together, did you ever have a chance to witness their relationship between Mr. Lewis and Gabby?
Um, just everyday interaction.
What would be your opinion about their relationship?
Objection call for speculation.
I think he's established that he's witnessed it and he can opine. Overruled.
You can answer.
Seemed like a pretty normal relationship.
Did you ever witness any arguing or fighting?
No.
And at the time, were either one of you, were you working? Were you employed at the time?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis, your brother employed at the time?
Yes.
And was Gabby employed at the time?
I don't believe so. I think she was in school or something.
I have the court's indulgence. So let me ask you this, going back to their relationship status, as you observed when you all resided in the Ebb address in November, December 2019. You said their relationship was normal. By normal,
Um,
let me ask you a better question. Was there up and downs in the relationship?
Not any that I could see.
Do you know if they were on and off again? You know, if the dynamic of the relationship, they together, then break up, get back together, break up?
Looked like they were together to me.
Why is that to you? Why did it look like they were still together?
She stayed there while she was in, he was working. She was in school. He took care of everything. He took care of the kids, his and hers. By that, I mean the child they have together and the child she had before.
Okay. That's Haven, the child that she had before she met Mr. Lewis, correct?
Yes.
And that's Lamont, the son that they have together, correct?
Yes.
You stated that Mr. Lewis, he handled everything, he paid the bills, took care of the kids.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
None, Your Honor, thank you.
Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down, sir. Thank you. State may call its next witness.
And still will call Jasmine Gore.
You swear affirm that the testimony should be
My name is Winnie for Gore, WINNIFORD, GORE.
Miss Winnie, do you have another name?
Winnie?
What's your first name?
Yeah.
What's your middle name?
Jasmine.
Thank you. What's your preferred name? What are
Winnie.
you called? Okay. Ms. Gore, how are you related to the parties in this case?
Gabby is my sister.
And is Gabby your older sister or younger sister?
My older sister.
How many sisters do you have?
2.
Okay. Directing your attention to March 28th of 2020, where did you live at the time? What's the address?
4660 Diane Drive, Atlanta, Georgia 30349.
And who did you live with at that location?
My mom and my sister and my nephews.
How did you come to learn about Lamonte Lewis?
That was my friend's cousin that used to live with us.
Did you know of Jamari Davenport?
Yes,
How did you know him?
through my sister.
How was Lamonte and Gabby related?
You said how are they related? That was her baby father.
On the night of March 20th of 2020, where were you?
In my room, at home.
What were you doing?
Just on my phone.
And while you were on the phone, what happened next?
I just was laying down and I heard gunshots outside. And then my sister came to the door screaming.
How did you know there were gunshots?
Because I could hear them.
And before your sister came to the door screaming, did you do anything before that?
I went to my mom's room because they was close to my window, so I wanted to get out my room.
And once you got out your room, what did you and your mom do next?
She ran to the door because my sister was banging on the door for us to open it.
And while she was banging on the door, what did you observe?
She was just screaming.
Okay. And did you observe anything happening in your driveway?
Yes.
What did you observe in the driveway?
I heard, and then I seen Jamari's Bobo's body.
Okay. Is Bobo a nickname for Jamari?
Yes.
Do you know Mr. Lamonte Lewis by a nickname?
Woody.
Okay. When you looked out the window, did you see the defendant in the driveway?
Yes.
What was he doing?
Well, I seen him when I was opening the door for my sister.
And when you opened the door for your sister, what did you observe?
Him running towards her with a gun.
And how was he holding the gun as you ran towards her?
He was holding it towards her like up.
Can you demonstrate for the juries what you saw?
He was just holding it that way. Running.
Could you put a little higher? Okay.
Pointed at her
And
from behind.
Okay. So was her back facing him or was it facing you?
It was behind. She was facing the door. So he was behind her. Her back was towards him.
And what was your sister doing at the time?
She was trying to get in the door.
Okay. And who opened the door for her?
Me.
And what happened next?
She was just crying, and my mom called 911.
And after your mom called 911, did anything else happen?
They told us to go.
Pause for narrative.
Overruled. You can re-ask the question.
What happened next?
We went outside. They told us to do CPR. And I went out there with her.
Winnie, looking around the courtroom today, do you see the person that you described as Woody in the driveway?
I can't see.
You can stand up if you need a proper look.
Oh, yeah, right there.
Could you point to where he's sitting or standing and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's right there with a purple button-up shirt and a tie.
Is he to the left or the right?
He's to my left.
Okay, thank you. The record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in this case, Lamonte Lewis.
The record will so reflect.
Gabby, once you got out of the house and got to the driveway, what happened next?
We were just trying to do CPR.
Okay.
And he was screaming. Everybody was screaming.
And did that conclude your role in in this case?
Yes, I went in the house with my sister to comfort her.
Okay. All right. Nothing further from the state.
Hello, is it Winnie?
Yes.
Hey, Winnie, my name's Lamar Gardner and I represent Mr. Lewis. How are you?
Good.
So I just want to follow up on a few things. One thing that you stated on direct is that at the time of the killing, you were at home.
Yes.
In your room.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, your sister was banging on the door screaming.
Yes.
And you opened the door, correct?
Yes.
May I ask you, did you open it quickly?
Yes.
And your sister rushed in?
Yes.
And so during that time, a short period of time, very quickly, you were able to see Mr. Lewis run towards your sister pointing a gun?
Yes.
About how long would you say it took you to open the door and close it?
Pretty quickly.
And it was dark outside that night,
Yes.
correct? Was there a lot of lighting?
Just the door. I mean the porch light.
And even though it was dark, and you opened the door and shut it quickly, you still saw
Yes.
Lamonte Lewis.
That's an answer.
Overruled.
Do you remember, did you speak with a detective or investigator Moss about this incident back in 2020?
I'm not sure what the name was, but yes.
You stated on direct that, I'm sorry, you didn't state on direct. At what point during that night did you see Mr. Lewis? Or prior to the shooting?
He came to get my nephews.
About what time did he come?
I want to say about 4 or 5.
What did he drop? Were you there when he dropped them off? What time did he drop them off?
He came back around like an hour, so probably 6, 7.
And did you see Mr. Lewis when he,
Yes, he brought them in the house.
did y'all have an exchange? Did y'all speak? Did Mr. Lewis appear angry?
Yes.
At any point you talked to anyone, detective, officer, regarding this incident, did you let them know when he came and dropped the kids off he was angry?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
You said you were familiar. Said you were familiar with Mr. Davenport?
I just met him twice.
Met him twice?
Yeah.
And you met him through
Through
your
my
sister?
sister, yes.
And so at the time you met Mr. Davenport, what did you believe the relationship between him and your sister was?
They were just cool.
Cool. Just cool. Do you know how long they'd known each other?
No.
Have you ever hung out with them together?
We just went to get food. That was about it.
So you said they were just friends. That means they were not boyfriend and girlfriend. correct?
No, they weren't in a relationship.
They were not in a relationship? I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
This one is be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Gore, you can step down. Thank you.
Okay.
State is ready. I'm going to call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state will call Lwanda Gore.
Yeah.
My name is Lwanda Gore. My first name is Lewanda. Last name Gore, Gore.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Explain for the jurors how you're connected to this case.
I'm the mother of the young lady.
And what is her name?
That was Gabrielle Gore. That was a witness to the incident.
And are you currently employed?
I am not.
Where were you employed previously?
In that Department of Veteran Affairs, and I was in the military.
And in 2020, March of 2020, where were you working?
Department of Veteran Affairs in Tucker, Georgia, Henderson Mill.
And what was your typical hours?
8 to 4:30, but because of the traffic and where I lived, I always had to leave at least an hour and a half in the morning, and I had to account for that time in the afternoon. Sometimes an hour to 2 hours to get home.
And do you know the defendant in this case?
Yes.
How do you know the defendant in this case?
I first met his cousins and his auntie, because his cousin had lived with us, and that's how I think him and my daughter met.
Was there a time that the defendant lived with you at the Diane Drive location?
It wasn't a permanent fixture. It was around the time when my daughter, they got pregnant, and I wasn't there. So she needed somebody to take her back and forth because she was considered high risk. So every now and then he would stay to take her to her doctor's appointments and stuff like that. But other than that, it wasn't a full-time thing.
Okay. And what were your observations about their relationship?
Stressful.
What did you observe that you would consider to be stressful?
I guess the dynamics, because I could see that he was jealous, and then my daughter would be aggravated a lot about things he would say or something he would do.
And did you ever intervene in any of those tensions between them?
One of the incidents, I was at work, and he had visited the home, and they had apparently gotten an argument, and he wouldn't leave the house, so they called me at work. So while I was at work, I called 911, and when the officers came, my daughter, the phone, and they said, "What do you want us to do?" I said, "Can you just escort him out my house and he can't come back?" And that's what they did, because if not, they was going to lock him up.
Did he ever come back?
Eventually, later on, but it took a while before I allowed him back in my home, because that was a threat to my family and my household. Because we didn't have a male living with us. We were a house full of females.
And at the time at your location, did you have security cameras mounted on your house?
Yes, I had ADT, I had a Ring doorbell, and I had, I want to say the fender cameras that was around the house, but those cameras didn't work. I don't know if a squirrel had chewed through the wires. Those cameras didn't work, so those weren't working. The Ring doorbell worked, and the ADT camera worked.
And were the people who live in the house aware that the videos worked or didn't work?
No, they just thought all the cameras was messed up. But they didn't pay attention to that. I paid attention to stuff like that.
And did there come a time when your daughter and the defendant stopped being in an active relationship?
Yes.
And when did that happen?
It happened a couple of times. It was off and on, but because of the child, it was off and on. And then she got to the point where a couple of incidents happened, and she said she was done with him, and she couldn't do it anymore. And I could tell that she was done, and she tried to stop talking to him.
And you say she tried, but what happened?
He came up with an agreement, which is understandable because they had a child, to co-parent. But I think in a way he used it to engage her, so he would always plan something for the child and for them to co-parent to go together. So he was always planning stuff so they could go somewhere together. But she would always take somebody with her, like one of the teenagers that was in the house would go with them. And one particular time, she went. I think they probably got in an argument. She didn't want to go any places anymore, so she started kind of backing off of them. They were still co-parenting, but not seeing each other as much.
Okay. I'm directing your attention to March 28th of 2020. Were you home that day?
Yes.
And where was Gabrielle throughout the course of that day?
She went with CJ. They were going to pick up a vehicle. So she went to drive one of them back. And I keep calling them Bobo, but Jamari went with them. So they rode together. And during the course of the day, Gabby would text me or let me know that he was trying to bother her. And so she just wanted me to be aware. And that was basically it. And she said that something wasn't right because she had blocked him. She had blocked him from her phone. And I think he was emailing her through her tablet. And so that's basically what happened that day.
Sure. During the course of that day, did you ever see the defendant come to your house?
Yes, he came to pick up my grandsons, one of them, which was his son.
Around what time was that?
I don't recall the time, but it was during the daytime because it was daylight towards the afternoon time.
And how long did he keep the son that he picked up?
Maybe 2 or 3 hours.
When he brought them back, was it still daylight or was it night?
It was night. It was in the afternoon. It was dark when he brought them back.
When he came to pick them up, did you have any interactions with him?
He was trying to find out where my daughter was.
What did you tell him?
That she just wasn't home. And that was it. And he was a little agitated because he didn't know where she was at.
And was that usual for you during your course of your observations?
Yes, but we didn't. He wanted to keep track of her, basically. That's all it was. Keep track of her so he would know her whereabouts. I thought it was a control thing.
And when was the next time, after he dropped the children off that evening, when was the next time you saw him?
We were in the house, me, my daughter, and one of her friends was in the house, and we heard something that sounded like shots or fireworks, and we couldn't make it out, but it was real close. And we didn't think nothing of it, and we kept hearing it, and we got up and went to the living room, the front of the house. And by the time we got to the front of the house, it had stopped, but we saw my oldest daughter, Gabrielle, running towards the house. So we had to hurry up and let her in. If we open this, I have a big window there, so you can open the blind and see right there at the front of the house. And she was running to the door and frantic. So we opened her and let her in, and she just broke down crying and started saying that the incident happened.
Okay.
And she fell on the floor crying.
And when you looked at as Gabby's coming in quickly, what did you observe behind Gabby, if anything?
She basically let us know that he was coming back for her. So we hurried up and got her in the house. And when we got her in the house, we kind of got away from the door, but we still could see the door. And my door has like an oval glass pane where you can actually see a silhouette or a person standing outside the door with the wood going around it. So she said he was coming back for her. And when we looked at the door, he was standing at the door.
How long did he remain standing at the door?
It seemed like a long time, but it could have been 10 to 15 seconds. He didn't stay there that long, but it seemed like a long time to us. But we didn't know what he was going to do. But we tried to stay clear of the door in case he did anything when we found out it was a gun involved.
At what point did you go outside?
After a little while after he pulled off, because we had called 911 and they asked us to go out to check on the gentleman that was outside.
And did you go outside?
We went outside and we looked around the area because it was dark on the highway or the road in front of our house. And we went over to the side. Gabby me and my youngest daughter. My youngest daughter was on the phone and she kept walking up. She kept pacing back and forth. And I went to assess the situation of Jamari.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time still will publish what's been previously tendered into evidence as State's Exhibit 7.
Fulton County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
We need a police officer at 4660 Diane Drive. There's been a shooting.
Okay, repeat the
There's
address.
been a murder out here, and I got it on my camera.
Repeat the address, please.
4660 Diane Drive.
Okay, what's the phone number you're calling from?
4660 Diane Drive, Atlanta, Georgia 30349.
Okay, what's your phone number? What's your phone number, ma'am?
It's 843-246-5981.
What's your name? Ma'am, what's your name?
Say that again.
What's your name?
Lwanda Gore.
Okay, Ms. Gore, is anybody hit?
He just shot him.
Okay, somebody shot?
Huh?
Somebody's been shot?
I can't hear you.
You said somebody has been shot, ma'am?
Somebody has been shot.
Okay, I'm starting the paramedics out there. I'll ask you a few questions first, all right?
And we know who did it.
Okay, who's been shot?
Huh?
Who's been shot?
What's Bobo's name? What's Bobo's name? What?
Ma'am, I need you to tell me who's been shot.
Say that again.
I need you to tell me who's been shot. We're starting the police and paramedics out there. I need more information.
It's just 5. I heard 5 shots.
Okay, did you see a person get shot?
Get back in the room.
Miss Lwanda, listen, talk to me. Did you see a person get shot?
Get through the door. Get through the door.
Miss Gore, I need you to talk to me.
Don't go out the door.
Miss Gore.
Here. You not going out the door.
Okay,
Lwanda.
Lwanda, can you hear me?
Don't go out the door. I'm going to here. I'm sorry, officer. No,
okay, Lwanda, listen, I need you to talk to me, okay? Can you tell me?
Come here. I'm going. I can't tell the cops if you up here. I'm right there. Somebody get on her.
Okay, Lwanda, listen, can you hear me?
Don't go out. No. I can't let my daughter go out the door.
Okay, Miss Lwanda, listen, I don't want your daughter to go outside. I don't want anyone to go outside, but I need you to tell me who has been shot, where's the patient, and where's the person that shot them?
The person that shot just drove off. The person that shot him, his name is Lamonte Lewis. He just drove off, and the gentleman that he shot is in my driveway on the ground.
Okay, what kind of vehicle was Lamonte in? Okay, listen, Lwanda, listen, you got to give me this information. The officers are coming. Lwanda, can you hear me?
Lamonte Lewis.
Okay, what kind of vehicle was Lamonte in?
What was Lamont driving? What was he driving? Get Marty, take me. What was Winnie driving?
Okay, Lwanda, listen, take a step back from her. Take a step back from her and answer my questions if you can, okay?
My daughter is trying to go outside.
Okay, you said his name was Lamonte Lewis. Do you know what he looks like? Lwanda, listen. I understand you're trying to keep your daughter from going to the door, but I need you to tell me what Lamonte was in case he's in the area.
I need you to tell me what happened. Move. The cop needs to know. Move. Lamont Lewis, what's his name?
Okay, what kind of car was he in?
Davenport, what else you need to know?
Okay, what kind of car was he in and what direction did he go in?
He left the driveway, went to the right, but I don't know what kind of car. I got to look at my ringer. in my camera.
Okay, but you have it on camera?
I don't want my daughter outside because she might come back.
Tell your daughter not to go outside. Tell her to stay where she is. We have help on the way. Now, you said the person shot is in the driveway. Can you tell me where he's been shot?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Dang. Come on, come on.
Okay, listen, Lwanda, listen. Can you tell me how many people have been shot?
Huh?
How many people have been shot?
Just one person.
Okay, one person. Okay, is he in a vehicle or is he on the ground?
He's on the ground in my driveway.
Okay, listen, help is on the way. Is there anyone near him who can confirm if he's breathing?
My daughter is down there with him now. He won't move.
Okay, can your daughter tell me if he's awake and breathing?
Is he breathing, Gabby? Is he breathing? He's not breathing.
Okay, he's not breathing. Can you tell me where he's been shot?
He got shot in the front side because the blood is coming down from the front of his body.
Okay, what part of his body was shot?
It had to be the upper part because he's bleeding for the upper part.
Okay, is it his chest, his head, what part of his body?
It's the upper part as far as I can see. The blood is coming from the top part of his body. Mark, go back in the house. Go back in the house. Gabby, the police is on his way. No,
Okay, listen, Lwanda. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. I want you to stay in line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next, all right? Now,
okay.
Before I give you the instructions, I just want to confirm. Lamonte, the man who shot him, is no longer there, correct?
No, he left. It's on our camera. He said he's not breathing. He's in the ambulance. Well, I know you already.
Yes, ma'am. The ambulance is already on the way.
He had to shoot through the window because both of the windows are blown out. And I think he was trying to get my daughter, too. I think he was trying to get my daughter, too.
Okay,
and
can you
this
tell
is
me?
the baby's father.
Okay, you said he's the child's father?
Yeah, the baby's father. He just dropped him off on his 30th.
Okay, are you right by him now?
Go in the house. Yes, go in the house and take
Okay, you're right by him now? Okay, listen. Listen carefully. I want you to lay him flat on his back on the ground and remove anything under the head.
No! Move, Gabby.
Okay, Lwanda, listen, I understand we have help on the way, but since he's not breathing, we're going to go ahead and start CPR on him if we can. So I want you to go ahead and lay him flat on his back.
Turn him over. He's on the way. He's trying to help him.
Okay, ma'am, can your daughter hear me?
He shot him in the chest. He shot in the upper left chest.
Okay, upper left chest.
Upper left chest.
Is he breathing?
He shot on the upper left chest.
Okay, is he breathing?
No, he's not breathing.
He's not breathing?
I don't see his chest rising.
Okay, listen, are you able to get him flat on his back on the ground?
Say that again?
Are you able to get him flat on his back on the ground?
His back is on the ground. He's turning his head down.
I want you to remove
His whole mouth is blooded.
Okay, I want you to remove anything under his head.
There's nothing up under his head. Go back in the house. Go back in the house. And take my in the house. Yeah. Move over. Move over. You don't have to leave him. Turn the truck off. They just got back to the house.
Okay, listen carefully. I'm going to tell you how to do chest compressions. Make sure he's flat on his back on the ground.
His back is on the ground. He's turned down.
Okay, now I want...
On the left side of his chest.
Okay, I want you to place the heel of your hand on the breastbone in the center of his chest, right between his nipples.
Move. I need to get to him. Move.
Okay, tell your daughter that we're trying to help him, okay?
I need to get to him, Daddy. Here, move so I get to him. Now what you say to do?
Now place the heel of your hand on the breastbone right between the nipples and put your other hand on top of that hand.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and start chest compressions. I want you to pump the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second and 2 inches deep. Now I want you to let the chest come all the way up between pumps, and we're going to do this 600 times or until help can take over. I want you to count out loud so I can count with you, okay?
Can you say that? I can't hear. I can't hear.
Okay, listen, I want you to count out loud, and I'm going to count with you. I need you to do compressions at the rate I'm counting, okay?
Okay.
All right, you ready?
1,
2, 3, 4.
I can't hear.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, two,
Say
three,
it again.
4. Okay, Lwanda, listen.
How
You
many
gotta do-
pumps you want me to give? I was in the military.
Okay, we're going to do 600, and we're going to do them at this rate. I'm going to count for you, but I need you to count with me out loud if you can. So 1,
I can't
2,
hear the man
3,
on the phone.
4. 1, 2,
Okay, go
3,
ahead.
4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
3, 4.
1,
1,
2,
2,
3,
3,
4.
4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, you're doing good. Just keep it that rate.
4. Huh?
Just keep it the rate you're going. Okay, you ready? 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2,
1,
3,
2, 3, 4. 1, 2,
1,
3,
2,
4.
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's all right. You're doing great. You got to keep the pumps up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2,
4. 1, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1. You said he was shot in the face too?
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
4. 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I know you're tired, but you're doing a great job right now. We're doing as much as we can to help him until the paramedics get there, okay? 1, 2, 3. Lwanda, are you still there? Okay, it's all right. Lwanda, is the officer there with you?
Yeah, he's here now.
Okay, go ahead and talk to the officer. We've got help coming right behind them.
Okay.
All right, you did a great job.
He tried to shoot my daughter. He tried to kill both of them. He tried to kill both of them. He tried to kill both of them. Go.
Ms. Gore, do you need a minute? Do you need a minute?
Let's take I think at this point, members of the jury, we're reached a point to break for lunch. So let's reconvene at 1 o'clock. We've made a lot of progress. While you're gone, again, feel free to leave the building, but please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else or do any research about this case. We'll see you at 1 o'clock.
All right.
All right, and you can step down, and if we could see you back here at 1 o'clock. All right, counsel, anything we need to take up before recessing for lunch from the state?
Never mistake, Your Honor.
All right, and from the defense?
No, Judge.
Okay, let's come back together and maybe discuss it around 12:50-ish,
Yes, Your Honor.
the afternoon. All right, we'll be in recess until 12:50.
Can we practice?
Can I come back?
That'd be great. Yeah. At least I'm not the next person. Remember, you just hearing. Yeah. I was asking, but where's our copy? Thank you. Okay, sign. So he said, no, doesn't. It's not that it's. I'm not. So do I. That place. But stipulation, make sure you can. So after lunch we have, I'm gonna make my response. Okay. After lunch we want to have this.
Bring out Mr. Lewis. All right, let's go back on the record. I'll just go ahead and start with the state. Is there anything we need to take up before bringing back the jury?
Your Honor, the state shared with defenses a handful of photos we proposed to publish through our crime scene technicians, and I think defense has one objection.
All right, other than that
Other than
defense
that, no
objection,
more.
anything on your end?
Nothing to say.
Okay, all right, let me turn it over to the defense. What do we have?
Yes, Judge, I just wanted to flag this, or not dealing with this with the jury here. I think the exhibit number is 633 that the state intends to introduce. 633. It is.
So there. It's towards the back.
I need to see it.
No. It's in the trial. It's looking at that.
Lamar, 633. My nails are too good. There we go. Yes, State's Exhibit 633. It's a sequence of photos, I think, of items found and collected from our client's house. 633 is just a picture in a room in one of his rooms in his house. It's a bunch of cell phones, and if I could just approach to the court and take a look at it, just a bunch of phones. We have a relevance objection. There's no information in discovery that any of those phones were tested, or they have any connection to this case in any way. I think there's a implication. I don't know what the state is trying to prove with that. If there's that he's doing something illegal with 89 phones, and it's not relevant, has no bearing on any of the charges in this case. Again, nothing was tested, nothing was done with those phones. So I don't know what the relevance of those coming.
Was this residence, is he the only one living there?
No, there are multiple people that were living there.
Is this his room?
Was in his bedroom, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so what would be the relevance of this photo?
Go for the extraction. We see that the defendant contacts Ms. Gore from multiple phones saved under different names. And so it was just to sort of draw the jury's attention that he does have multiple phones, and that is how he uses them to contact her. When he doesn't get an answer on one number, he goes to the other number, and that was what we're proposing to show with that one photo.
All right, and other than that argument, the state would not be making any other kind of implications. All right, Ms. Flagg.
Again, those phones were collected. The state, I'm assuming, has not tested or extracted the phones. So there's no relevance to it. We have no idea. It's speculation, so it's misleading to a jury.
I mean, the state collected all these phones
The crime technician did take the phones into evidence, Your Honor.
in 633?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then linked some of these back up to the texts?
No, Your Honor, they were not tested. The only way we know that there were multiple phones involved based on testimony from Gabrielle herself and the extraction where we have multiple contacts from different numbers, but coming back to the defendant.
How do the numbers come back to the defendant
Because
otherwise?
the gist of the conversations, one number is saved as Lamonte, another one is Big Woody, another one is an email address. So it's just different ways that he's contacted.
Okay. All right, is the defense?
And additionally, Your Honor, we expect Ms. Lwanda to testify that while this was ongoing, post the incident, that she was contacted by a number that Gabrielle would recognize as a no belonging to defendants. but it wasn't a phone that he would regularly use.
Okay. Is the defense willing to stipulate that all of these contacts were made by Mr. Lewis?
Well, I can't stipulate to that, Judge, because I don't know if the state's argument is that just because somebody contacts you with an email address or a different number, if you're using, I can be on my cell phone now and send an iCloud message on it that looks like a text and it's gonna say something differently on the other side if you receive it than if I send it from my cell phone number. So I don't know how.
No, it's not so much what I'm getting at, that you would be stipulating that one or more of these phones were the actual device used to send these messages from different numbers. It's more so that it was actually Mr. Lewis who sent these messages from whatever device, but just from different numbers, because then that is what the state seems to be saying is the relevance of this photo, just to show that the messages came from different numbers. And it's quite possible that they came from some of these phones here. Look, we found them with a bunch of different phones. If he did in fact send those messages, then I don't see that. I see the relevance kind of evaporating. But if not, the state is still having to establish that he did send those through whatever circumstantial evidence they can, since there's not a direct admission.
That unless the
Yeah.
state can show us, what different numbers.
All
You said he was tracking her multiple ways. If you have evidence of that, then I'm happy to look at it and stipulate
already
to the different
testimony.
multiple ways of him tracking her, but.
When we look at the extractions and we'll be getting the text messages tomorrow, you will see that the contacts are under different names, but they all go back based on their conversations back to the defendant.
When would you be planning to introduce the photograph?
Today, it's afternoon, Your Honor.
Not your next immediate witness, but maybe one or two later?
The last witness of the day.
Okay. I think at some point before then we'll have another break. But just, I want to make sure I'm explaining myself. The state has said the relevance is that Mr. Lewis was sending messages from multiple different numbers. One of the ways you could do that is by using multiple devices. They have to prove as part of their case that he did in fact send those. And it makes it more likely that he did if he had the means of having multiple phones. So I can see the probative hook, and so I don't think on that balancing test right now that there's going to be no probative value. So that's where I am right now. Okay. If you think there's another, if you want to readdress it at the next break, feel free. Or if you have an additional argument, you can raise it now, since I don't think the jury's ready.
He said it wasn't. I don't even know. RO, crime scene tech, crime scene identities. It's DJ, CC, Gabby. Mhm. Perfect. Yeah, just, yeah. So you're good with publishing your own video with this witness? You don't need this, actually, because I put it on your desktop. This is your desktop. Let me just click it. It works on VLC. But I know you use this as volume. There's no volume, it's just the clarity. It's better here. On VLC. On the regular play. Okay, I don't have VLC. So are you on the Zoom? I was locked out for Zoom just now. 9. Are you on? Hmm?
Right.
Up on your base.
Yeah.
There we go. You ready? We got everybody? Do we need a scribe? Please step down.
Yeah. Come on right back.
Is it okay?
Went to grab some. Bring him in. This is my one.
Well, I think it might have still been the state's direct. I don't know if they passed the witness.
Ms. Fortis? Yeah.
Yeah, let me get you a box. This is off the record. Mr. Dareberry, can you bring us back one or two extra tissue boxes? I don't know if, I think we got them in the closet.
Yes, I will. All right, adjourn.
One here.
Yes.
President California, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Ms. Gore, I'll remind you that you're under oath. State may resume its direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gore, when we left off, we had just listened to your 911 call. After the 911 call was placed, you went outside, is that correct?
Yes.
What did you observe when you went outside?
The door was open to the truck and the young man was on the ground.
Can you describe his position on the ground?
Like he had fell out the truck.
Was he on his back or on his stomach?
On his stomach.
And you were instructed by the 911 dispatchers. Did you turn him over after you received the instructions?
Push him over.
Okay. And who else was out there with you?
My daughter, Gabrielle.
Earlier, you testified that your house, you had 2 sets of video cameras, is that correct?
Yes.
Were the videos that were captured by your security system, were they motion activated or did they record continuously?
It was motion activated. The ADT was motion, both of them were motion activated.
And how did you get to the video so quickly?
When the police officers got there, they came in and asked me, did I have any videos, any cameras? Because they saw the cameras. And so I pulled up the ADT footage and they watched that and saw that footage. And then we went to the ring footage when we got to the ring footage, you could see where it was recording and then it blacked out. It's either blacked out, deleted, and then it picked back up like nothing happened. So that's what happened with the ring footage. So we they saw that and I didn't know what had happened with that.
And typically, how do you store your videos from your ADT system?
They whenever it's motion activated, it'll send me an alert and let me know something happened at a certain time. And according, if it's dark outside, I'll go check it and look at the alert.
And how long do you keep the footage that you secure or capture by your video?
I think it's I think ADT keeps it. And certain footage that I do get, I'll take it and save it. If I need to look back at it or something, like some cars parked outside my house, like suspicious stuff that I think is suspicious, and I'll save the video in case it comes back up.
And you turned over a series of videos to law enforcement that night?
Yes.
And the videos that you turned over, were they altered or changed in any way?
No, they weren't.
I am handing you what's been marked as states 20, 21, 23, 24, and 25. Please take a look at them and tell me what you recognize them to be.
Number 1, Exhibit 20, the shooting video. That camera was pointed directly at the driveway.
How do you recognize that to be the video that you reviewed prior to trial?
I was able to view it, and I initialed it.
And then did you initial every other videos that you reviewed prior to?
Yes.
Testifying today?
Yes.
All the videos that you reviewed were consistent with the video that you turned over to law enforcement on the night of March 28th.
Yes.
And not altered or changed in any way.
No.
And at this time, it's still moving to evidence. States 20, 21, 23, 24, 25. No objection. Thank you. Your Honor, publishing first, states 20. Your Honor, if I may, it seems the screen sharing was disabled.
You're still on the Zoom call?
Yes, I am.
And your account name? All right, we can have A. Charles re-added as a host.
They should be up to now.
Thank you. Ms. Gore, before we hit the play on the video, if you just look behind you, can you describe generally what we're looking at?
This is my driveway, and the truck was parked in the driveway. And the car behind it, when they pulled up with the car they went to go get, and then they were blocked in.
Thank you. State will now play states 20 in its entirety. And was that the only video of the actual shooting that you captured on your ADT system?
Yes.
Now playing states 21. Ms. Gore, Looking behind you, in front of you in that monitor, what is happening in this scene?
We waited until we thought it was safe. And based on the 911 call, he said to make sure it was safe before we went outside to check on the young man. And my daughter got out there first, Gabrielle.
Who, if anyone, do you recognize in that video?
My daughter, Gabrielle.
Playing States 21 is in entirety. Ms. Gore, when Gabrielle first goes outside and you follow her, who else joins you?
My youngest daughter, Winifred.
Okay. And now we're moving to States 23. Before we play the video, can you describe the scene that we're looking at now?
This is my driveway again, and that's Lamonte Lewis's car.
Which one of the cars belongs to Lamonte Lewis?
On the right side. Well, yeah, right side.
And what time, do you recall what time of day that was? Okay.
Late afternoon.
Play now, States 23. Let's go, what day was this?
28th of March.
What year?
2020.
Okay. And what did we observe in that video?
He was picking the boys up.
Okay. Moving up to States 24. And can you describe what we just observed in States 24?
Lamonte was bringing the boys back.
How long would you say, how much time had gone by from the time he picked them up to the time he brought them back?
Maybe 3 to 4 hours.
And finally, States 25. Amika, based on the video that we observed, when the defendant enters his vehicle, does he immediately back away?
No.
And once you turned the videos over to law enforcement, what was your additional involvement in the investigation of this case?
They asked, they started asking for any more footage if I had any. And I had to write a testimony.
And you gave a written statement to law enforcement?
Yes.
And was there anything else that you remember that you did or participated in?
As far as the case?
Yes, as far as investigation of the case.
I had to, after everything happened, I had to move my daughter away for safety purposes, and we didn't come back to our house, so I had to go get her and bring her to the police department so she can finish giving them the information they was asking from her. We did do that.
In the aftermath of this incident, were you ever contacted by the defendant?
No, not afterwards.
Do you recall receiving a telephone call from an unknown number?
He called when we were at the police department, and I wasn't aware of the number, and I showed it to my daughter, and she said that was his second phone.
Thank you. Nothing further from the state.
Any cross-examination?
Afternoon, ma'am.
Afternoon.
Before the break, you, and before we watched your 911 or listened to your 911 call, you were asked some questions just about your daughter and Mr. Lewis's relationship. Do you remember that line of questioning?
About how they met?
Right.
Yes.
Yep. And I believe you said they met, about what year was it that they started dating?
I'm not sure. I know his cousins, one of his cousins had lived with us, and then we ended up with the other cousin. I'm not sure what year it is. The only way I find out is go back and look at my phone, and I know the exact year.
Your grandson Lamont was born in end of 2017, right? December of 2017. So it was somewhere before then, right?
Yes.
About maybe a year, give or take, before then. Fair enough?
Yes.
And you described the relationship as their relationship was on and off relationship. It was on, it was off. It was on, it was off, right?
Yes.
And at the time, around that time, so early 2017, maybe late 2016, how old was your daughter?
2017.
Yeah, early 2017.
I gotta do math.
Or just give us her birthday, her birthday, and we can try to do it together.
Born in 1996.
1996, so
August.
she was about 19. Would that be fair to say? She would have been turning.
2017, we moved in the house.
In 2016, she would have turned 20?
Yeah.
Okay, 20. And do you recall about how old Mr. Lewis was around then?
They're around the same age because I think their birthday is in the same month.
So they were both fairly young at this time when they started
both
dating.
of them were young.
And then you said at some point, you said, I could tell she was done. I think that was a quote that you said. About when was that in your mind?
There was an incident where they had lived in an apartment, a 3-bedroom apartment, and the police was being called. The police was called, and both of them ended up in jail. And
Right.
she said she was done then because she said he had lied to her to get her locked up. And she said that that was it because they had gotten into an altercation.
They got into an altercation and both of them had gotten arrested.
Yes.
Right. But you said that after that, you believe she was done with him.
Yes, as far as relationship wise, but they still had a son together.
Right.
You pull the microphone up.
Lean a little closer to the
I can sit a
microphone.
little closer.
As far as a relationship, you thought she was done, but of course they had to co-parent the children.
Yes.
Now I mean, it's fair to say she was young. She was 20, 21. Relationships like these, the on again, off again, it's not uncommon for people to say they're done one day and then the next day they're back together or they're talking, right? That's not uncommon.
No, it's not uncommon.
And that happened for a few years that you were aware of between the two of them.
Yes.
And in 2020, early 2020, before this would have happened, or this happened in March of 2020, they were still seeing each other. They were still talking on the phone. They were still texting.
Yeah.
And they were still intimate.
No, I can't speak on that.
And I guess my point here is that you're a mom, right? And you love your daughter, of course. And daughters don't tell their moms everything. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And she knew, or let me not have you speculate, but did you make it clear how you felt about Mr. Lewis to her at some point?
Yes.
Right? So she may not have told you or shared with you everything about what they had going on, right?
Well, yeah.
Do you know Cassandra Gates?
Yes.
And that's Mr. Lewis's mom.
Yes.
And you recall at some point in their relationships telling her that you hoped your daughter didn't mess this up or didn't screw this up, their relationship.
No.
You're saying that?
No, I wouldn't have said that because I worried about my daughter's safety. At some point, I was afraid for her because of the incidents that did happen, and I did not know. I don't know how to phrase it. If he would have carried out anything that he may have threatened her with, so I was worried about her safety, and I didn't think he would have ever hurt his son. But I know my other grandson was not his biological son, but he did some unfavorable stuff, and I didn't like it. But that was when they got in an argument, and then my grandson that wasn't his child, he didn't care too much for him. It's like he turned it on and off, and I didn't like that. So I would have never said, don't mess this up. I kind of wanted her to distance herself from him, but when they had a child together, I knew they would have to communicate because he was in his child's life. Or he wanted to be.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm done.
I'm sorry. Is it your testimony that Mr. Lewis did not treat Haven like a son? That he wasn't there for him?
He was there for Haven. And the way I saw it, he was there for Haven when he knew it would get him brownie points with my daughter to stay on her good side. Whenever they got into an argument, Haven was kind of pushed off to the side. Well, I'm not gonna take care of him because he's not my child anyway. So, and then he'll pick back up when things got good, or he would get upset with her, and he would take everything away that he bought for the child, for any of them. Diapers, wipes, clothes. When they got in an argument, he did stuff like that.
And is that something that you told the detectives in this case who investigated it?
We probably discussed it one time, but that was just a character. That was just something he did.
And did you share that with the prosecutor as well?
Yes.
And so there should be a documentation or something of you sharing that before today.
I don't know how I presented it to him, but that's what I was saying, that he would do stuff like that. Just let them know what kind of person he was.
Now, he also would do great things for her and the children, right? It wasn't all bad. Can you admit that?
It wasn't all bad. I thought he was a decent gentleman in the beginning, and then I started seeing the patterns with his temper and stuff, and that worried me. But he was trying, but he had a temper, and he had a jealous streak.
And did your daughter have a temper as well? Do you know?
She has one, but not like that. Not like the one he has.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the night that this happened, March 28th of 2020. You told us, and we've heard the call, and now we've seen the video. But at some point, your daughter comes banging on the door, and you open the door for her, right, and let her in.
Yes, we saw her running to the door.
Right.
And we let her in.
And you let her in, and then you describe the door you have. It's a wooden door, but there's a center part that has, is it glass, you said, or something you
It's
can see out?
glass.
Okay. And there are no gunshots or anything in your door or in your house, were there?
No, he didn't shoot then. He just stood there.
Okay. Your door wasn't damaged, the lock, the door handle, none of that? And then you testified that at some point after this, you moved, was it you or your daughter or both of you moved from the house for a little while just because you were scared for her safety, right?
Yes, we were in different areas.
Okay. And that was related to, there were some threats or something that was happening from, I think, Mr. Davenport's family or whoever.
It was
obviously
threats from both sides, and then he was still, what's the word? He was still out there.
And you're aware that Mr. Lewis was arrested for this case at some point, right?
Yes.
One moment, ma'am. You said, Mr. Lewis, he wasn't beating or kicking on the doors, right? Or the windows of your house?
No.
Okay.
He was just standing there.
Standing there. Thank you. That's all I have.
Let me redirect on those points.
I'm from the state, Your Honor.
This witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. State may call its next witness.
State calls Officer Bragg.
You swear affirm that the testimony should give a court.
Name's Avery Bragg. It's Alpha Victor Echo Romeo Yankee Bravo Romeo Alpha Golf Golf.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Back in March of 2020, where were you employed?
City of South Fulton Police Department
In what capacity?
as a patrol officer.
Now, what were some of your duties and responsibilities as a patrol officer?
As a patrol officer, it's handling 911 calls as they come in and effectively getting a thorough investigation started before we call out supervision and take reports as necessary.
And in March of 2020, were you post-certified?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you complete your mandatory training for that post-certification?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to March 28th of 2020 at approximately 9 p.m. leading up to 10 p.m. Did you have an occasion to respond to 4660 Diane Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And what county is that in?
Fulton County.
What type of location is this?
It is a single family residence.
And why did you respond?
We got a 911 call for a person shot at the location.
So were you one of the initial responding officers?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did there come a point in time when you arrived on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you observe when you arrived on scene?
As I arrived on scene, I parked at the intersection trying to block off the roadway and approached the house from the roadway up to the driveway because the notes of the call log stated that a subject was on the ground by a vehicle. So we approached the vehicle. I came around the back side of the vehicle. I noticed a black male laying on the ground with what appeared to be blood spatter running down the driveway and a female standing next to the truck door, which is over his body. And she said that she had performed CPR. And I could hear overtly screaming of people telling that they were coming back possibly to shoot up the location. So I instructed everybody to go inside, and I radioed in for Fire and Grady to put a rush order on it to come to the scene to render aid as I performed security for the scene.
Now, can you please explain to the jury what it means to perform security for the scene?
For security for the scene in that situation, it's to maintain the integrity of the scene before, so we can get Grady in there to render aid to the subject on the ground or victim, and if transport possible. If not, then we set up a crime scene as necessary.
And did you come to learn the name of the person that was on the ground with blood running from their body?
Yes, ma'am.
What was their name?
Davenport.
Now, you said you radioed for EMS, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was CID radioed for?
We notified supervision once I had made a call, said the subject was low sig, because I cannot call anything that's not my area of expertise. I notified supervision. Supervision then notified crime scene and CID.
And what is CID for the jury?
Criminal Investigations Division.
And what does the criminal investigations do?
In criminal investigations, they respond to the scene, and they're detectives that establish whether evidence is necessary and investigate crimes.
Now, were you wearing body camera on March 28th of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you happen to review your body camera in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 27. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 27?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It is the DVD that I was shown on my body camera that I initialed and stated that it was my body camera.
And this is your body camera from the incident on March 28th of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of that body camera?
Yes, ma'am.
Has it been altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
Now, does that body camera have a watermark on it?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Please explain to the jury what a watermark is.
On a watermark, it is mostly done by Axon or Utility, which are body camera systems that establish a chain of custody of who views it. And depending upon who the subject's email, who had the permission to view it, it'll put that subject's email attached to it and assign it to the chain of custody.
So besides that watermark that's in the middle of the video, is it a fair and accurate depiction of this body camera?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves State's Exhibit 27 into evidence set.
No objection.
Admitted.
And we're going to be playing it from about for the record, 6 minutes and 9 second mark to about 13 minutes. So about 7 minutes total of playing the body camera. So we'll fast forward to about 6 minutes and 9 seconds.
Get up. All right, let's go. Where'd they go? The cul-de-sac? The cul-de-sac? Go inside, go inside. Hey, go inside, go inside.
Come on, Winnie. I was just giving them compressions, but the car came, so I had to leave. Come in the house.
335 the radio. Scene is safe at the moment. Send in fire. You put a 73 on it. Not conscious, not alert. Hey, tell him what they said. Low sig. Hey, move my car. Move my car so the fire can get in. 48. Yes. No, I said low sig. Because I'm not supervisor. I ain't doing that.
Where you coming from? What's up, Delana? Oh.
Get the face. Yeah, we'll get the fellow in here. What's going on? Looks like you just. I'm done.
Hey, you got monsters under? Or kings?
Yeah, I got it.
Kings 5'9".
Well, Lieutenant, what's the name on his way? We go grab the gun on you too. Yeah. Yeah, look to the head too.
You said to the head, where? Where? How many you had?
One to the head, one to the arm, one to the neck, one to the neck.
Yeah, go ahead. I just think.
I got a flashlight from that place. Here, here.
Go ahead.
It's gonna be a 48 count. I know what to do for him.
This right here. I got one in the head, one in the neck.
Who's this? What's your number? 802? 802.
I don't know. I haven't even talked to them yet. They said they were possibly coming back. That's why I was holding y'all off for a little bit longer. He was in the car when you guys got here? No, he fell. But he was out of the car when you guys arrived? Yes, he fell out on the ground. She said she was already giving compressions. I got to get her story from that. So, okay. So, Probably fell on that head. code 10, you can resume traffic. Ma'am, can you step on back, please? You gotta come to me. Come on back over here on the side.
I got the video footage.
Of what, it happening?
Yeah.
Hold tight on that, we got detectives en route. 335 to 259. Sorry. She's got, I got company, she's got video footage of it.
Okay.
Stopping it actually at 11 minutes and 34 seconds. Now, Officer Bragg, when you stated that you have detectives en route, what does that mean?
Detectives were already dispatched because prior to that call, we had another trauma that occurred at Cedar Grove that they were investigating. So if you could have heard on part of the body camera, the radio, you could hear detectives 59, which are the double digit numbers. They said they were already en route to the location, which means they were dispatched to call.
So besides being the responding officer, securing the scene and radioing for EMS and detectives, did that end your involvement in this case?
It did, to the point of once I set up a perimeter and crime scene tape, I had to hold it for the evidentiary value for the Criminal Investigations Division to come on scene and do their investigation.
Why is it important to hold it for the evidentiary value?
For the evidentiary value, so nobody comes in, taints it, moves stuff, takes anything in or out of it. That's why I was pushing people out as it was saying, like, hey, this was a crime scene, because you want to preserve it as much as possible without having anybody else that was in it.
Did you preserve this crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that end your involvement in this investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions?
Cross-examination.
Hello, Mr. Braggs. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing well. I want to ask you just a couple of questions. So you performed security for the scene on the night of March 28th, 2020, correct?
Yes, sir.
That means that and I'm sorry, and the question you just answered is that you preserved the scene.
Yes, sir.
In doing so, did you collect any shell casings?
No, sir.
No shell casings? I know you, did you make a report in this case?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall stating that you saw gunshot wounds on a deceased neck and head area?
Yes, sir.
Did you happen to count those wounds?
Did not count those. You heard it on the body cameras. It was stated that the Fire and Grady were calling it out. That was what I observed at the time.
No further questions. Thank you.
I have a brief redirect. You were asked on cross-examinations about cell casing. Is it your duty and responsibility to actually collect the cell casings?
No, my duty at that time is to, if I see them, just state that's where I see them, leave them for criminal investigations divisions to do it for.
In the criminal investigations divisions, do they have crime scene technicians that collect shell casings?
Yes.
And you were asked questions on cross-examination about counting the wounds. As responding officer, are you a medical professional?
No, ma'am.
Is that your duty and responsibility to count the wounds on the deceased?
No, ma'am.
And are you aware with criminal investigations that autopsies are performed later?
To the best of my knowledge of what I've been advised, yes.
No further questions.
Any cross on those points? Recross?
Done, Your Honor.
All right, can this witness be excused? Ms. Besa.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You can sit down.
There's this and the lineup.
Unless anyone needs a minute, state can call their next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call Kaylin Askew. And Your Honor, ahead of Mr. Askew's testimony, the state would like to move into the record a stipulation by the parties. As which states as follows, both parties stipulated the following facts: that on March 30th, 2020, Detective Joseph King conducted a photographic lineup with Kaylin Askew. Mr. Kaylin Askew positively identified the defendant, Lamonte Lubis, as position 4, which is the person he saw commit the crime on March 28th, 2020 at 4660 Diane Drive, Atlanta, Georgia, 30349. And that'll be State's Exhibit 29A. The affidavit to the photographic lineup is states 29, and the photographic lineup states Exhibit 30.
And so we're tendering 29 and 30?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and there's no objection to 29 or 30?
Objection.
And the stipulation as recited by the state is accurate and agreed to?
Yes, and signed by all parties.
All right. I'll take that. I might need to mark that stipulation as an exhibit. You got it marked. Okay. 29A is admitted. All right. You can swear in the witness, please.
Kaylin Askew.
Good afternoon, Ms. Askew.
How you doing?
Hi. Do you go by a nickname?
Yes,
What is your nickname?
CJ.
Ms. Askew, how are you related to this case?
How am I related to it?
Yeah, how are you connected to this case?
I was there
When you say you were there, what do you mean?
when the whole situation happened.
Okay.
Of the
Directing your attention to March 28th of 2020, how did you meet up with Jametta?
at March 20th.
Yes.
That was
The day of use.
we met up. Well, we stayed together, so we was already.
What was the plan for that day?
The plan was to go to Thompson, Georgia, to pick up a car that I was purchasing.
And did you have a nickname for Mr. Davenport?
Yes,
What was the nickname?
Bobo.
When you were en route to Thompson, Georgia, who else was it you and Bobo?
We picked up Gabrielle.
And what time did you head out to Thompson?
It was early. I want to say between 10 and 2. I want to say 10 or 12. It was early.
And how many hours is it to the location that you went to pick up the car?
2 hours.
And what car did you go to pick up? What was the make and model?
It was a Chevy Silverado.
What was the color?
It was white.
And what was the car that you're going to purchase or pick up in Thompson?
A burgundy Pontiac Grand Prix.
I'm handing you what the model says 721. Take a look at that and tell me what you recognize it to be.
This is the vehicle that we were going to go pick up for me to purchase.
And is that photograph a fair and accurate depiction of the car that you purchased at the time of the incident that you picked up?
You saying like, does it look the same when I bought it?
Yes.
No, it's more scratches on it.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the way it was photographed by law enforcement?
Is this picture fair? Yes.
Was it changed in any way since it was photographed by law enforcement?
No.
At this time, still moving to evidence, State's Exhibit 21.
No objection.
721.
Yeah, 721. All right. Any objection to 721? Just for the record, any objection?
No objection.
All right. It's admitted.
And who were you going to purchase the vehicle from?
My grandmother.
And once you arrived at Thompson, Georgia, how much time did you spend in Thompson before you headed back to Atlanta?
Probably about 5-6 hours. It was a good minute.
On about March 20th of 2020, what was your phone number?
470-443-5694.
Is that the same number you have today?
Yes.
During the course of the day, who were you texting with that day?
That day, like the whole day.
From the time that yourself and Gabrielle and Bobo connected?
I had texted them both. Text them and said, I asked them, was they up?
Okay. And once you picked up the car, did you immediately head back to Georgia after hanging out for a bit?
Headed back to Atlanta? No.
Atlanta.
We stayed up there for a minute.
Was it dark by the time you started coming back to Atlanta?
Yeah, the sun was going down.
How long did it take you to come back down to the city?
2 hours, 2.5 hours.
And what was the plan once you made it into the city?
The plan was to drop Gabrielle off, and then me and Jametta was gonna go out.
Do you know the defendant in this case, Lamonte Lewis?
Do I know him? No.
Have you seen him before?
Once.
And what was the circumstance of you seeing him before?
It was at a gas station.
And can you describe to me that encounter? Who were you with and what happened?
Well, I was in a vehicle, and I was with, it was Jamari, Gabriella, it was a group of us, everybody. We was at a Chevron gas station. They had just left Cascade, and we met them up. We met all of our peers at the Chevron.
And when you said they left Cascade, can you describe the location a little bit more?
Cascade skating ring.
Okay. And once you got to this gas station after the skating rink, what happened as far as an interaction between the parties?
There was no interaction. He came, he was looking around. Nobody interacted with him. Nobody knew him except for Gabrielle.
What did you observe Gabby do when she saw him?
When she saw him, she was like ducking down, trying not to be seen by him.
And where was she when she ducked down?
She was in Jamar's truck.
Was she in the back seat or the front seat?
I don't remember. I think it was the back. I'm not sure.
And so coming back to the night of the incident, once you got to the location, how much time had gone by before this white car pulled up?
From the incident?
Yes.
It was kind of instant, actually. Like when we pulled up, it was like, I want to say between 1 to 5 minutes. It was like instant.
And how did you see the car come up?
When it first pulled up, yes.
Did it come
like behind? Like it came. It pulled. I guess it pulled. Not. I guess. I'm sorry. It pulled in, blocked the driveway somewhat, and that was it.
And once the car pulled in and blocked the driveway, what happened next?
The defendant got out of his vehicle and started walking up the driveway.
What, if anything, did you overhear him say?
I didn't hear much.
What, if anything, did you observe Gabrielle say to him?
Gabrielle was trying to go inside. She wasn't trying to really talk to him.
What, if anything, did you observe Mr. Davenport say to him?
Mr. Davenport didn't say anything to him.
Where was Mr. Davenport at all times once as the defendant is walking up towards the truck?
He was in his truck.
And what happened once he made it up to the truck?
He turned towards the passenger side of the truck without a firearm. And he started firing his firearm into the vehicle.
You did.
Panicked and pulled out of the driveway and drove up the street.
What, if anything, did you hit as you were leaving the driveway?
I hit his vehicle, the defender's vehicle.
And when you pull out the driveway, where did you go?
I just went up towards around like the stop sign.
And then what did you learn next?
That's when I made a phone call to Jamar's brother to let him know what happened during that whole situation. And I came back. Yes, ma'am.
Let me back up a little. Before you got to the driveway, were you aware of any tension or difficulty between the defendant and Gabrielle?
I know he was calling her phone before we came back from Thompson.
Okay.
But that was all. Everybody, it was a regular day. Nobody was upset or anything.
And once you came back, you encountered law enforcement, you did the photographic lineup. Did that complete your part in the investigation of this case?
Yes.
If you don't mind standing, could you look around? Do you see the person in the courtroom today that you identified in the photo lineup while you were with law enforcement?
Yes.
Can you point to where he's seated or standing and identify him by an article of clothing?
Wearing a purple pinkish shirt.
And is it left or right? Okay. Let the record reflect that the defendant, the witness has identified the defendant, Mr. Lamonte Lewis.
The record will so reflect.
Right. Thank you. Nothing further from the
You can have a
stand.
seat, sir. Cross-examination.
Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Excuse. My name is Lamar Gardner and I represent Mr. Lewis. I just want to ask you some questions. You and Mr. Davenport were cousins, correct?
Yes. We called each other cousins.
Did you met Gabrielle through Mr. Davenport?
Yes.
When you met them, did they present themselves as boyfriend and girlfriend?
What do you mean? They presented themselves as they were talking.
They were talking.
Yeah.
Oh. So let's go to March 22nd, 2020, the day of Chevron. Do you remember talking to a Detective King from the South Fulton Police Department about this case?
You said what year?
2020, the day of the Chevron incident occurred on March 22nd, 2020.
Correct.
Do you remember talking to a Detective King after the March 28th, 2020 incident about this case?
Yes.
So you said at Chevron, it was you, cousin, you, Mr. Davenport, and Gabby, and it was another person. Was it another cousin in the vehicle? Did y'all have another relative in the vehicle?
I don't remember.
Do you remember who all was in the vehicle the day that you arrived at the Chevron gas station?
No. Okay. Wait, what do you mean first? I'm sorry.
Who was in the vehicle?
I remember it was me, Jamari. We drove up there. Okay. Gabrielle just got into the vehicle when we got there.
Do you remember telling Detective King that it was another cousin in the vehicle?
I do remember saying something like that.
Okay. And you said that Mr. Lewis appeared at the gas station in a white Chrysler 300?
I don't think it was a white Chrysler.
Was it a white car vehicle?
It was. I remember he pulled up in a vehicle. I can't remember the color.
Fair enough. And so that was your first time that you had ever seen Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
Do you remember telling Detective King that when Mr. Lewis exited his car that he spoke to you and Mr. Davenport?
No, I didn't say he spoke to me.
You don't recall telling Detective King that?
I remember telling Mr. King that he went into the gas station and gently spoke to the people that were in the gas station, which was Jamari and a couple other people.
Were you in the gas station?
No, I was in the vehicle.
So how did you hear that it spoke?
Jamari told me.
Did you know that Mr. Lewis and Gabby were an item?
No.
Did you know that he was a child's father?
Yes. She told me then.
And you said that after he spoke, he asked for his baby mama or ex. Do you recall telling Detective King that after he spoke, he then asked for his baby, you said baby mama or his ex-girlfriend, Gabby?
That I said that
Correct.
to the detective?
Correct.
That he was looking for her, yes.
You said that, you recall?
Yes.
And you said that Mr. Lewis and Gabby were arguing inside the store?
No, I didn't say that.
You didn't tell Detective King that?
No.
Did you tell him that Mr. Davenport had advised you of what occurred in the gas station?
Yes, I said that.
And you said you wasn't in the gas station, correct?
Correct.
Were you in the Silverado truck? Were y'all in the Silverado truck on the 22nd?
Yes.
So that's the same truck?
No, that was a different vehicle.
Okay. So what vehicle were y'all in on the Chevron gas station?
It was a blue, I don't think it's called a Silverado. I think it's called an Avalanche.
But it wasn't the same vehicle from the 28th?
No.
So when Mr. Lewis saw you at the gas station, he saw you in a Avalanche and not a Silverado, correct?
I'm not sure.
When he saw
He
Mr.
said,
Davenport?
no, he saw him in the gas station.
No, I'm asking the vehicle, when Mr. Lewis arrived at the vehicle that you were traveling in, you and Mr. Davenport, it was an Avalanche vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember telling Detective King that when Mr. Lewis pulled up, that you and Mr. Davenport were still sitting in the vehicle?
Yes, at the time we were still in the vehicle.
So let's move forward to March 28th, the day of the incident. And you said that morning, you, Mr. Davenport, and Gabrielle had driven to Thomaston, Georgia?
Thompson.
Thompson, Georgia. Is that Washington County?
Wilkes County, Washington, Georgia, yeah.
You went there to pick up purchase a vehicle from your grandmother?
Yes.
You rented a Silverado from Enterprise?
Yes.
You left Atlanta around 1 p.m.?
Yes, around that time.
Drove back to Atlanta around 7 to 7:30 p.m.
It's around sunset.
The plan was to drop Gabby off at home, and you said you and Mr. Davenport were headed out.
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall Gabby telling you and Mr. Davenport to just drop her off and leave?
Yeah, that's the same thing.
Were y'all supposed to drop her off at her best friend's house?
No, I don't remember that.
Was the plans to come back to the home after you had went to drop the Pontiac off?
We didn't drop the Pontiac off.
Okay. So there was never any plans. Do you recall telling Detective King that the plan was for you to drop the Burgundy Pontiac off because it didn't have insurance?
I remember saying that, yes, but we didn't do that.
Okay. Okay, so let's get back to driving back to Atlanta. So you drove back to Atlanta around 7:30, correct?
Yes.
So we go to Gabby's mom's house. Y'all drop her off, and take that back. Scratch that. So driving back, you were in the Burgundy car following the Silverado, correct?
It was back and forth.
Back and forth. What do you mean back and forth?
Like, I was in front at the beginning, and then the Silverado.
Well, let me ask a better question. You were in a different vehicle, separate vehicle from Gabrielle and Mr. Davenport, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't know if Lamonte Mr. Lewis ever called Gabby on the way back from Thompson, Georgia, correct?
In the vehicle, no. But at the beginning, before we headed back to Atlanta, yes.
And you said that at the time that he was calling, she didn't seem to be upset?
No.
Do you remember telling Detective, I'm gonna go back to dropping Gabrielle off. Just want to clear this up. Do you remember telling Detective King that you were supposed to drop Gabby off without pulling in the driveway and leave right after? That Gabby instructed y'all to just drop her off and leave immediately. Do you recall telling Detective King?
No, I remember just dropping her off and leaving.
But you don't remember that being instructed by Gabby?
I don't.
So you're parked in the driveway on the right side behind the Silverado truck, correct? Not
Slanted to it.
behind, but to the right of it.
Yes.
And so Mr. Lewis pulls up right after, right?
Yes.
About how long did he pull up? How long was it that he pulled up after you had landed at the Diana Drive address?
About a minute.
And so he gets out the vehicle. Do you remember telling Detective King that he got out the vehicle and he just started running towards Gabby?
It was something of that sort. It was more so just walking towards her, yes.
Walking
Jogging.
or running? He was jogging towards her?
It seemed like a jog, yes.
Do you remember telling Detective King that Mr. Lewis kept saying, "Hey," to Gabby, trying to get her attention?
I do remember saying that too.
And you didn't tell him that he said anything more than, "Hey."
I didn't hear anything else.
So you said he pulls out, he gets up, just pulls out a gun and starts shooting.
When he got to the side of the vehicle, yes.
Did you hear him say anything to anybody, to Mr. Davenport, anybody sitting in the truck at that point?
No, he didn't speak to Mr. Davenport.
On that night, let me ask you this. Were you carrying a firearm on that night?
No.
Do you carry a firearm?
As of now?
Firearm? Yeah.
As of now, yeah.
Relevance?
Your Honor, I'm building up. We have, you may.
If you think you're getting to a point, all right, then I'll overrule it with that good faith proffer.
Okay, so at the time shooting occurred, you pulled out the driveway, correct?
Yes, I backed up.
Stay there the entire time?
What you mean?
Well, I'm sorry, do you remember stating to Detective King that you watched him empty a clip? You watched Mr. Lewis?
I told the detective that. It was something to that effect.
And you stated on direct examination that you pulled out and you went to the stop sign, correct?
Yes.
And then you came back afterwards?
Yes.
Do you remember also telling Detective King in a separate interview that you didn't see Mr. Lewis shooting all the rounds?
No, I didn't say that.
You don't recall?
No, I don't recall.
And you never mentioned to Detective King that Mr. Lewis was calling and texting Gabby the entire time or on the way to Thompson, Georgia, correct?
I said that he was calling and texting her while we was down there before we left to go back to Atlanta.
Oh, you told him that?
I told the detective that.
Did Mr. Davenport mention any beef with Mr. Lewis?
No.
Had he ever mentioned Mr. Lewis to you?
No. Except for when we were headed back. But he didn't reference his name. He just said her baby father.
When y'all were headed back from Thompson?
From Thompson to Atlanta, yes.
Okay. Y'all rode back in two separate vehicles, correct?
Yes, we stopped before we got on the road.
And can you tell me about the conversation? How did Mr. Lewis come up?
It was more so that he said her phone had been blowing up, and I guess he saw her baby father, whatever what the name was in her phone when he was calling her, but she wasn't picking up.
So Mr. Davenport knew that Mr. Lewis was texting and calling Gabby on the way there?
He didn't know specifically him.
I have the court's indulgence. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. You were asked just now, Ms. Saski, some questions about how you positioned that and what you actually. Sharing was previously entered as States Exhibit 20. Hand you this pointer. If you look behind you, can you point it to the jury where you are in this interaction? And that you're in that Pontiac?
Yes.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified himself being in the Pontiac car just behind the Chevy truck as the defendant, Lamonte Lewis, is walking up towards the truck. And was there anything that obstructed your vision or your line of sight that night?
When the incident happened, no.
You could clearly see everything in front of you.
Yes.
Right. Playing 6 Exhibit 20. Pausing at the 9-second mark. Where are you now?
Still,
So you're still on.
I'm still, yes.
Where is Mr. Lewis at this point? What is he doing?
He has his firearm out, pointed into the vehicle.
Continuing to play 6 Exhibit 20. Pausing at 17 seconds. What is happening now? What are you doing now?
Backing out of the driveway.
And is that when you hit the white car behind you?
Yeah.
Side of you?
Yes.
And what is the defendant doing at this point?
He's reaching in the vehicle, still firing.
Continuing to play 6 Exhibit 20. At the end of this interaction, I'd say at 26 seconds, are you now still on scene?
No.
But you were able to see before you left that he clearly had discharged his firearm.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further on the stage.
Any recross on those points?
Can we pull that video back up just the first part of it? I want to ask you a question that was asked on cross about Mr. Lewis as he exited his car. Now, you just watched the video of him exiting, correct?
Yes.
Did you see him initially?
Yeah.
Mr. Lewis, is he walking or running?
He's walking.
No further questions.
All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You can step down. Statement, call the next witness.
They call Stephanie Graham.
You swear upon that the testimony should give counsel
My name is Stephanie Graham. That's spelled Stephanie. Last name Graham, Graham.
And where do you currently work?
I am currently freelance in the tech industry.
Back in March of 2020, where did you work?
I worked with the City of South Fulton Police Department.
What unit?
I was in the crime scene unit.
What was your duties and responsibilities?
As a crime scene technician, it's my job to essentially document the scene as it was that day. That can include pictures, 3D renderings, video, all kinds of things.
Now, did you ever respond to the actual incident location on March 28th of 2020?
I did not know.
Now, I want to direct your attention to March 30th of 2020. Did you happen to respond to 4660 Diane Drive?
I did, yes.
And what county is that in?
That's in Fulton County.
Why did you respond to that location?
I was asked to respond by the lead detective, Detective Nikita Moss,
What were you asked to do?
to document a vehicle there.
And did you document that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am. I took photographs of all angles and focused in on the front driver panel, which Detective Moss had indicated was important.
I want to hand you State's Exhibit 721 to 733. State's Exhibit 721 is already in evidence. Can you please look at State's Exhibit 721 through 733? Recognize those photos.
Yes, these are the photos that I took that day.
And when you say that day, you mean March 30th of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of the photographs that you took?
They are.
And at this time, the state moves to enter State's Exhibit 721 to 733.
No objection.
Admitted.
At this time, the state is going to publish a few of them, first starting with 721. Can you please look at 721 and tell the jury what you see?
That's the vehicle that I was asked to document. It's going to be a Burgundy Grand Prix.
Publishing 722.
A different angle of the same vehicle. So I'm going to take photos of all sides.
723. What are we looking at here?
Another angle.
Of the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
Moving on to State's Exhibit 728.
That's going to be the front driver's side bumper of the vehicle.
On to 729.
I'm focusing in on the white transfer paint on that bumper. That's going to indicate that the vehicle came in contact with something that was white, and that paint was left and transferred onto that burgundy vehicle.
Now, besides photographing this vehicle on March 30th of 2020, did that end your involvement in this?
That did end my involvement.
No further questions for this witness?
Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
State may call us next witness.
Your Honor, may I briefly approach for the next one?
Our members of the jury, we're just going to hold in place for a few moments here while we line up the next witness. So if anyone needs to step out, this is a fine time. We can take a break or we can just stay here. So. And yes, feel free to take a stretch break in place as well. Okay, let's step out. We'll take 5. Step out. We'll just all step out. Yeah. All right. Oh, there we go. Dismiss. They didn't do that. They're there.
It's clear.
Thank you.
Baby's crying, but that's moving home the baby.
We can take I mean, they asked to go back, so I think we have some time. I don't know if there's any immediate rush.
Say to get 2 witnesses.
This is Ms. Gore?
That's Ms. Gore.
Okay,
And would have 1 other witness after her for the day.
okay. Well, if it's
Possible.
okay with the parties, maybe I can discuss logistics while she's here, or would you prefer to step out? Okay, all right. Well, just since we have this downtime here for a minute. You know, on the record? Okay. And this, I don't know if we necessarily need to be on the record. I'll double check here. But just talking logistics, I know we have Score for today. I know that is a longer witness, and that may end up taking some time. Just going off the state's list, were you still wanting to call Investigator King, or is that handled now by the stipulation?
That's the stipulation.
Okay. And then we have a Heather Weathers.
Last for the day.
She's still on for today. Okay. And then assuming that we do complete all of these today, what's tomorrow looking like?
There will be GBI, number of analysts, and more law enforcement. Also the medical examiner.
Okay. All right. And, you know, state knows its case and how many exhibits there are. And so does the state believe it's on track to rest tomorrow at some point?
Not sure yet, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll see.
How it goes by midday and then.
Mhm. Okay. Anything on the defense side?
Yes.
Talking logistics?
I'm sorry, I missed it. I think the timing, are we still, I know yesterday we discussed maybe an early let out, are we calling Detective King today? Oh, no, tomorrow.
It looks like she's saying since you stipulated the lineup, they don't plan to call Detective King.
Okay.
So we've got Miss Gore here and Heather Weathers, and that's all they've got on deck for today. And I think if we're able to do that, that probably might actually be right at 5. So I don't think like we even have time for more. Just that's my guess. But in terms of timing for tomorrow, are there other logistical issues like what's anyone with a delayed
Wasn't it
conflict?
one person, the person with the issue of the pregnancy? She didn't call me back just yet. So can I just get back to the Honor?
She's still up in the wind, kind of? Gotcha. All right. You may need to, I don't know, invoke a supervisor or something at this point.
Yes. One more time. Yes, sir.
I'm just saying, if you just got a GBI agent who's under subpoena and has stopped returning your calls.
No, Your Honor, not that. It's just whether we do the Zoom or in person. I'll confirm that overnight.
Okay, understood. I thought you were saying you hadn't had any
No,
contact with her.
not taking it.
Okay.
Just how she would come into.
All right. Well, anything else you want to flag, logistically speaking? Okay.
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry.
There we have it.
My crime scene tech is also testifying in another courtroom, courtroom 7F. And so I don't know if it'll be done today, if we need it tomorrow. So I was going to check on that a little later.
Is this Miss Weathers or is this somebody else?
And the Eric Green, he was on for tomorrow.
Okay.
But he's
All right. And I don't know who's in 7F.
Judge Cox.
Cox is in 7F. Okay. And do you know, do they have any idea? I mean, I know y'all figure this out, but is he expected to go in the morning, in the afternoon, where they are in the trial?
He's going to go in today, but I don't know if there's any delay or they have to go to Hawaii. It would be done for today.
All right. Well, it sounds like we'd have enough witnesses tomorrow to be flexible and adjust and work them in where we can.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thanks for
Yeah. All right, let's go back on the record. We'll bring back in the jury.
You're playing this from your desktop.
No.
Oh.
Look at that.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Everyone, please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call Gabrielle Gore.
Yes, sir.
Please state first and last name.
My name is Gabrielle Gore. It is spelled Gabrielle. Last name spelled Gore.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gore. Ms. Gore, tell the jury how old are you?
I am 28. I live at 4660 Diane Drive.
Who do you live there with?
My mom.
Anyone else?
My sister.
And how many sisters do you have?
One.
And in the line, are you the oldest or youngest?
The oldest.
Did there come a time that there was someone else who lived at the house with you at the Diane Drive location?
Yes.
And who was that person?
It was multiple people. So we have Arjun that stayed with us, Kanaya has stayed with us, and then we had a whole family, which would be Helena and her kids.
How are you connected to the defendant in this case?
How we connected? We have a child together.
How long have you known them?
Since 2016.
How did you meet?
We met when his family moved into our house.
And how long did they stay at your house?
I would say about 3 or 4 months.
What year was that?
That was 2016.
When he moved into your house, were you in a relationship?
No.
How much longer, sort of, after he moved in, did the relationship begin between the two of you?
I want to say about 2 months after.
Okay. And how soon after you struck up a relationship that became more romantic, did you have a child with him?
That would be, I got pregnant in April of 2017.
And is the child that you have with Mr. Lamonte Lewis the only child that you have
Yes.
with him?
Yes.
And any other children?
No. Not with him, but I do have other children.
How many other children do you have?
I have in all 5.
What are their ages? You just.
My oldest is 8. Our kid is 7. Then I have a 2-year-old, a 1-year-old, and a 5-week-old.
Can you describe the nature of the relationship with Mr. Lamonte Lewis?
You said the nature of our relationship?
At the beginning.
The beginning, we would just see each other from his family moving into the house. And after that, he asked me to go out with him to a restaurant that's in downtown. After that, we started seeing each other more often, and then it became romantic. And then we ended up having a child together. And then after that, going down the line, we eventually moved into a 3-bedroom. Going down the line, we parted ways. Then after that, parted ways, came back, then parted ways again, and then I think that would be the end of it.
Do you recall the address that you moved in the 3-bedroom?
No, I can tell you the name of the apartment was Santa Vista.
And was it just yourself and the children living at that apartment?
Yes.
And how long did you stay at the 3-bedroom apartment?
I want to stay for a month.
And what could be the cause of your breakups?
Fights.
When you say fights, what do you mean by that?
Physical fights, as in I was getting beat on, basically.
What is the first instance that you remember that it became physical between yourself?
That would be in February of 2018.
How did that incident transpire?
The incident transpired because he got upset that I didn't answer the phone at 3 in the morning.
Excuse me?
He got upset that I didn't answer the phone at 3 a.m. in the morning.
And once he got upset, how did the fight end?
The police ended up being called.
Who called him?
My mom.
And once the police got on scene, what happened next?
Basically, she told him to remove his stuff from the property, and that would just be the end of it.
And so did that incident occur at the 4660 Diane Drive location?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the time he lived with you?
No.
When is the next incident that you remember of a fight between the two of you?
September of 2018.
And can you describe what that incident was about?
He left to go to work. This is currently when we was at Santa Vista staying in a 1-bedroom. He left to go to work, came back, seen me on the phone with my coworker, and got upset because it was a dude.
When he got upset, what would he do?
Put his hands on me.
Did he do anything else?
He choked me to the point where I started grabbing the blinds in that incident, yes.
What else did he do?
Dragged me across the floor.
How is it that you remember the date so specifically?
Because at one incident, a police officer told me to start
When the
recording
police
stuff.
officer told you, after you met the police officer, what did you begin to do?
Document.
How did you document those instances?
Photos.
Was anybody else present during those incidents?
Our kids.
And what is the next incident of sort of tension between the two of you that you remember?
It was an April incident. I don't know if it was in 2019 or 2018.
And who was present in the April incident?
Our kids, him and his mom.
And how did that incident, how did you come to meet up with his mom that day?
Me and the kids had walked to the park. And I had called his mom to come get us from the park because it started raining. Then I didn't know he was going to be in the car until she pulled up.
And then how did it come that there's a fight?
That he was just mad about us walking to the park.
Can you speak up a little bit?
I said he was just mad about us walking to the park.
And was it a verbal or physical fight?
It was verbal.
And during that fight, what happened?
He got mad to the point where his mom was yelling at me, Thompson, he's finna snap, get in the house, get in the house.
Did he approach you?
Yes.
When he approached you, what did he do?
Just yelled, kept calling me a bunch of B words and just yelling.
Did he have anything in his hands?
Yes, his gun.
I'm showing you what is evidence in States Exhibit 2. Play it. Publish it. Publish it. Gabrielle, you look in front of you or the screen behind you. Is that the incident you just described of April 19 of 2019?
Yes.
And can you tell me who you see in the video, who you recognize?
I see myself, my son Haven, our son Lamont, his mom Cassandra Gates, and Lamonte Lewis.
And can you point out where you are in this video?
At the door, trying to open the door with my keys.
And where is Lamonte?
Being pushed away by his mom.
Go in the house! Damn it, go in the fucking house! You hard-headed, girl!
You learn.
You hard-headed! And move that baby is right here. You don't care about this. The baby is right here. You don't care? Them folks don't, you're not gonna be able to see him, you keep on. No, we're not gonna see him, period. It's fine. You just go in the house. You just go in the house. Everything. Girl, you talk too fucking much. He's not convinced. Go in the house with stupid shit.
After the April 29 incident, did you remain with the defendant?
It was kind of on and off after that.
The person that you identified as Lamonte in the video, if you could stand up and look around, do you see that person in court today?
Yes.
Can you identify him by an article of clothing and point it to where he's seated?
He's sitting over there. Articulate clothes he has on is a blazer and a purple button down. Lavender button down.
Is he to the right or the left of you?
He's to the left.
And when you break up, how is it that you would then reconcile, get back together?
We were reconciled for the kids. Anytime we broke off, we always end up back together doing something for the kids.
Was there a time that you took therapy together?
Yes,
Why did you do that?
because after so many periods of the abuse and whatnot, I said something's gotta give. I said so, and we went to see a therapist. The therapist suggested that he need to go to sessions himself.
Gabby, do you recall an incident that occurred at the Cascade Skating Rink?
No.
Do you recall an incident at the Chevron gas station?
Yes.
And can you describe who were at the Chevron gas station?
It was me, Kanaya, a couple folks that skate, Jamari and CJ.
Who's Jamari?
He would be known as Bobo.
And how were you connected to Jamari?
We was real good friends.
When did you and Jamari become more than good friends?
I'm gonna say in January of 2020.
How long had you known him in January of by January of 2020?
Probably about 3 months, 3 to 4 months.
And how did that relationship develop?
It developed because we would have like real, I would say, deep, intimate conversations about life.
And at the time, were you still seeing? Gonna say yes or no?
No.
At the time, were you co-parenting the defendant?
Yes.
Was the defendant and the Jamari, they know each other? Were they friends?
No.
And at the gas station, what happened while you were there between the defendant and Jamari?
The defendant pulled up to the gas station. I hid in the back of the blue Avalanche, which would be Jamari's car. And he went into the gas station. Nothing expired. He went in the gas station looking for me and came out. Went and looked in the Altima that we were driving at the time with Kanaya. Didn't see me and he left.
Why did you hide?
He was looking for me.
Why was he looking for you?
Don't know.
Gabby, when for the first time did a weapon become part of the detention difficulties of the defendant?
The April incident.
And when was the next time that a gun was involved one way or the other?
I would say about in November of 2019.
What happened in that incident?
The defendant got mad because a random number had called me. He took the random number, put it into my son's iPad and called. It was a dude that answered. We got into a argument and he put the gun to my head.
What was it behind that incident?
Our kids. The kids came out the room. He acted like nothing ever happened.
Was his mother ever present for one of those incidents?
No, she was only present for the April incident.
What did you say to him when he pulled the gun out that time?
I told him to just pull it
Why did you just pull it?
because I was tired.
Why were you tired?
Because it was a repeating cycle.
When did you move back home to 4660 Diane Drive?
After the January the 3rd incident,
What was that incident about?
we got into a argument because I had called his brother a name while they was on the game, and he didn't like it
Why did you call his brother a name?
because he had put his baby mama and his son out the house.
He didn't like that fact, so what did he do?
started yelling at me and basically beating on me.
Why did you do that?
I just let it happen because I was told the last time if I was to defend myself, I could end up in jail.
Was there a time that you called for help and you were arrested?
That would be the January 3rd incident.
Tell me about that. How did that transpire? That you were also arrested?
It was started off with the whole incident of me calling his brother name. We got into the argument. He beat on me. I called the police probably about 3 or 4 times because nobody was showing up. And by then, a police officer showed up probably about 3 hours later. And he lied and told the police officer I was hitting on him, so that's why he retaliated. And since his shirt was tore, the police officer believed him and we both got arrested.
Did you tell him after that?
No,
Did you
ma'am.
reconcile after that? Was that the last situation for you?
That was the last situation.
And did you make it clear to the defendant that you were done with the relationship at that point?
I didn't make it clear to him till the end of that year.
And did you continue to be intimate with the defendant after that incident?
The January 3rd incident, yes.
When did you stop being intimate with him?
December of 2019.
Is that when did you communicate clearly in December that you were done with the relationship?
It was after I came back from our family South Carolina trip. So after Christmas, I communicated I was done.
How did he take that?
He
Did he
took
respond to
it well with the conditions of counseling.
Did he suggest that you would continue to co-parent?
Yes.
Let's talk about March 28th.
How is it that you and CJ and Jamari connected?
The day before, I was talking to CJ about being down about my dad passing away. He was like, oh, we could plan something the next day. We was supposed to go bowling, but we ended up going to pick up his car
Where did you go to pick up the car?
in Thompson.
We speaking to the mic, please. Thank you.
In Thompson, Georgia.
And what time did you set out for Thompson?
I would say about 11 or 12. It was in the morning. It was early, late morning.
And how did you drive to Thompson, Georgia?
We drove in the truck, the white Silverado.
Who was driving?
CJ.
And how long did you spend in Thompson before you came back down?
Probably about 2 or 3 hours.
And in that time, what, if any, communication did you have with the defendant?
He was calling my phone, talking about he wanted to take the kids to a birthday party. And I was telling him mom had him. He kept asking me where I was at.
What did you tell him?
I told him I was in Thompson, Georgia.
Who did you tell him you were with?
My brother.
Why did you tell me you were with your brother?
Because I looked to CJ like a brother.
And you didn't make any mention of Jamari?
Mm-mm.
Or any inferences to Jamari?
No.
Why is that?
I didn't feel like it was relevant to him for him to know.
And did he just call you, or did he do something else to try to make contact with you?
He called me, FaceTimed me, messaged me on Instagram. He messaged me from my son's tablet. That's about it.
Did you answer any of those calls?
No.
Did you respond to any of the text messages?
I responded
Why did you respond?
because at that point I was getting annoyed.
And when did you become aware that he had picked up the kids?
Once my sister told me he had picked the kids up.
Did there come a point where you stopped all communications with him, even not?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you stop communicating completely after a while?
Because it was starting to get irritating. He was just literally calling me back to back to back to back.
And how did you stop the communication?
I turned my phone on D&D.
What does D&D mean?
Do not disturb.
And what happens when you put your phone on Do Not Disturb?
Your phone calls go straight to voicemail.
Did there come a time you took your phone off of Do Not Disturb?
I didn't take my phone out to Do Not Disturb until probably like 5 that morning.
So when you came up to your house, it was still on Do Not Disturb?
Yes.
And coming back down, how is it that everyone's driving? Who's in what vehicle? Can you describe that?
Jamari was driving the Silverado. I was in the passenger seat. CJ was in the red Pontiac behind us.
And about what time would you say you arrived at your mom's home?
It's about 8 or 9 o'clock at night.
And as you're pulling into the driveway, what do you observe, if anything?
As we pull in the driveway, I don't see anything. We just pull into the driveway, face forward.
Who goes in first?
Bobo does. Jamari.
And once you arrive, do you immediately exit the vehicle or do you linger for a little bit more?
We had a conversation.
And how long would you say you sat in the place before?
It was the conversation about 2 or 3 minutes. We was just talking. I was basically saying I was gonna leave my stuff in the car because they was coming back.
And when they were coming back, what were the plans for later that night?
We didn't discuss it.
And what stuff did you leave in the truck?
I left my shoes and my iPad.
And when for the first time you became aware that the defendant was now in your driveway?
When I got out of the car.
When you got out of the car, what did you first observe?
The defendant walking up the driveway.
What did he say to you, if anything?
That I do not recall.
Did you say anything to him?
No.
Did he say anything to CJ?
No.
What is the first thing you observe him do?
Walk up to the car.
I'm showing you what's been previously tendered as State's Exhibit 20. Can you look in front of you or behind you and point out where you are in that portion of the video?
Getting out of the car.
Are you getting out on the left side or the right side?
It would be the right side of the vehicle.
Is that the passenger side?
Yes.
I'm playing now State's Exhibit 20. At the point where you close the door, what is going on there?
The defendant is walking up the driveway.
Are you having any conversations with him at this point?
No, ma'am.
Is your back to the defendant or are you facing the defendant?
My back is to the defendant.
At that point, does he say anything to you?
No, ma'am.
Does he call out to you?
I don't remember if he did.
Do you recall what he was wearing?
The white t-shirt.
Play. Exhibit 20. Gabrielle, at this point, where are you on the scene?
I'm in the middle of my pathway of the walkway.
Okay. And if you had to estimate, how far is it from the walkway to the door of the passenger side?
Probably like a few feet.
And could you still see what was going on?
Yes.
What did you see?
The defendant walking up to the car.
Did you see anything in his hand at that point?
His gun.
At that point, did you say anything to him?
No.
Continue the video from 8 seconds. Stopping the video at 11 seconds. Gabby, at this point, where are you on that scene?
On my pathway.
And what did you observe?
The defendant pulling out his gun to shoot.
What did you hear?
The gun shot going off.
How many times do you hear the gun go off?
More than 7.
At that point, continue from 11 seconds, does the defendant say anything to you?
No.
What do you then observe the defendant do?
Shoot into the truck.
Where are you at that point?
Still on the pathway screaming.
At that point, you're screaming? What are you screaming?
Stop.
What, if anything, does he say to you then?
He's still shooting the car. He doesn't say anything yet.
continue from 17 seconds. At the 19-second mark, is the defendant still at the passenger side door shooting?
No.
What did you observe him do at that point?
He says, "You're next," and starts walking to his car.
Continuing. At that point, what are you doing?
Scrambling, trying to get my door.
Stopping at 28 seconds. What are you screaming?
Screaming for them to open the door.
And who opens the door?
My sister and Kanaya.
What is your sister's name?
Jasmine.
Does she have another name?
Winifred.
Did you see the defendant go to the car?
Yes.
Did you see him come back from the car?
At that point, I wasn't trying to look back. I was trying to get into the house.
And who brought you into the house?
My sister Winifred and Kanaya.
Once you got into the house, what happened next?
I start yelling.
Did you observe the defendant standing outside of your front door?
No, I didn't.
Who calls 911?
My mom.
And while your mom is calling 911, what are you doing?
Trying to get back outside.
Why did you want to go back outside?
To check on Jamari.
Did you ultimately go outside?
Yes.
Do you need a minute?
Okay.
When you ultimately went outside, what did you observe?
Jamari laying flat on his face.
Who turned him over?
Me and my mom.
Why?
Because the 911 operator performed CPR.
And you tried to perform CPR?
Yes.
Did it work?
Once I seen the blood coming out his mouth, I just started screaming.
While you were on scene, did anyone else come to the scene?
My sister came outside, which would be Winifred Gore. The neighbor was yelling from across the yard, trying to get us to calm down. And then Joe would be Kanaya's friend. He pulled up, and we ran back in the house thinking the defendant had pulled back up to the house.
What color was his car?
It was white.
And once you got back to the house, how long after did the law enforcement show up to the scene?
Probably about 10 minutes later.
One more check. Okay. Just so I can clarify, Gabby, do you remember, can you just remember me how many shots you said you heard that night?
More than 7.
Did you ever hear a click?
Yes.
And do you recall talking to law enforcement?
Do I recall talking to law enforcement?
Yes.
Yes.
And did you tell them much the same what you testified to today?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Nothing further from the state.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
We've never met except for, I think, a few minutes ago. And we've never spoken, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I just have a few questions for you on behalf of Mr. Lewis, okay? Now, direct that you and Mr. Lewis met somewhere like 2016-ish, give or take, and you started dating around then.
Yes, ma'am.
And at that time, you were about 20, 19 or 20?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and he was about your age or?
He's a year older than me.
A year older, okay. So he would have been maybe 20, 21, and you were about 19, 20. And then some point thereafter, you got pregnant, you all had your son, Lamont, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then also you had Haven, right, at that time. And at the time you had Lamont, where were you living?
At my mom's.
Okay. And where was Mr. Lewis living?
He was back and forth between my mom's and his mom's.
And throughout the pregnancy, he would take you to the doctor's appointments, and sometimes he'd stay at your mom's house for that. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
And he also was a sort of a father figure to Haven as well throughout that time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he'd provide for you and for Haven, and then for Lamont once Lamont was born.
Yes, ma'am.
And then after Lamont was born, just walk me through you all situation. So once Lamont is born, you're still living at your mom's house? At some
Yes.
point, do you move?
At some point, I end up being at the 1 bedroom with him.
Okay. And then now 1 second. Okay. So you're in the 1 bedroom with him and the boys are with you all.
Yes.
And then at some point, do you move into the 3 bedroom right after that? Is that when you guys move to the 3 bedroom?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. And some of the instances you just told us about, were you two, the time where you got arrested or the time where you said that he was beating up on you, that was during the time that you're living in the apartment?
Yes.
About how long were you all living together in those 2 apartments?
Say about 6 or 7 months.
Okay. And throughout this time, and then after the 3 bedroom, he gets a house, right? Or you move back with your mom.
Yes.
He moves with his mom, and then he
Yes.
gets the house.
Yes.
At some point after he gets the house, you stay with him there at the house? No?
I will come over there. I probably stayed at the house probably like 3 times.
Okay. And when I say stay, I mean just like you're spending the night.
Yes.
Okay. But you were, I mean, at some point, it's fair to say you guys had a rocky relationship.
Yes.
Very up, very down. Good, very bad.
Yes.
Right? And this is over the course of some years.
Yes.
And in some of those times, things were really good, right? I mean, at some point, you guys were talking about getting married and rings, right? I think
Yes.
at some point, you got a promise ring, right?
Yes.
And then when you got the house, I know you all were excited about decorating the rooms, and you helped with that.
I was decorating my kids' room.
Right, right. And this is sort of in the mix of some of the stuff that you told us about just a few minutes ago, right?
Yes.
You all would communicate throughout this time. This may seem like a dumb question, but I have to ask it via phone, right? You text.
Yes.
Would you all text message? First, let me ask, did you have an iPhone?
Yes.
Did he have an iPhone?
He had 2 phones.
He had 2 phones?
Mhm.
Okay, what phones did you know him to have?
They had the Android and iPhone.
Okay. And when y'all would text, would you text like through the texting, or would you use like WhatsApp or Messenger or something
We
else?
only used the WhatsApp when we were in a no contact for our kids. But the whole incident happened on January 3rd.
Okay, sorry. And you said you would only use WhatsApp when, what was that?
For the January 3rd incident. After that, we were supposed to have a no contact.
Okay, I got you. Okay. But for the most part, though,
It
throughout
was
the
regular
time.
through text.
Okay. And then as we get to January or February, March of 2020, are y'all, when you're texting, because you are still texting during that time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're texting through the regular just texting app.
Yes.
Well, not an app, but you know what I mean, on your iPhone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And as we get into March of 2020, you all are still communicating.
Mm-hmm.
I think at some point in there, you guys were intimate.
No.
No? You all were talking about at one point in mid to late March of 2020 about getting a house in the country one day. No? What about the therapy sessions? When was that? When we all
This has been in January and February.
of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And then in March of 2020, were you looking for a car or something in March of 2020?
I had involuntarily gave up my car in January.
You said, what was that?
I involuntarily gave up my car in January.
Okay. There were some messages, significant number of messages between the two of you where you're talking about, you're texting him about a phone and, or not a phone, texting him about a car and different kinds of cars and asking him.
Because I was in the process of getting my credits fixed.
Okay. And you were asking him about, like, if this seems like a lot to pay for a certain car, and he would kind of tell you yes or no, right?
Yes.
And that was in March.
Yes.
You all were texting, like there were like dozens and dozens of messages throughout that time, right? In March of 2020.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Lewis, I mean, you were with him for some years. You knew his habits more or less. I mean, he was known to have a weapon, right? He had a
Yes.
gun. And we've seen 2 of those instances, but I mean, he had a gun pretty regularly.
Yes.
I want to back up to April of 2017. This is kind of around the time, I think, when you said you found out you were pregnant with Lamont. There was an incident that happened at a birthday party, right?
Mm-hmm.
At your, was it?
It was Haven's first
Haven's.
birthday party. It would be March of 2017.
March of 20. And something happened, and I don't want to get into too much of the detail, but with Haven's father, and that happened at the birthday party.
Yes.
And Mr. Lewis was there and, saw what was going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at some point thereafter, you got a TPO against the father of Haven.
Yes.
And you'd been dealing with some issues with that, Haven's dad stalking, and which is kind of what led to the TPO.
Yes.
And this was somewhat early on in your relationship with Mr. Lewis. This stuff is happening kind of continuous.
It wasn't big continuous. It was just 2 incidents.
2 incidents, and that's what led you to get the stalking TPO.
Yes.
Now I want to talk about March 28th, 2020. Mr. Lewis, well, you told us that you went to, was it Thomason, Georgia?
Yes.
With Mr. Davenport and CJ to get this car. And Mr. Lewis wanted to come get the kids from your mom's house,
Mm-hmm.
to take them to a birthday party.
Yes.
And are you aware that day that Mr. Lewis had sort of a gathering at his home family? And did you know about that?
No.
But nonetheless, he wanted to get the kids and take them to a party.
Yes.
So he out to you.
Yes.
And your mom at some point, right? And
Yes.
sorry.
It's fine.
And your sister?
Yes.
Sisters or sister?
Sister.
Sister, okay. About where were you, and also wanting to, I guess, coordinate about the kids.
Yes.
At this time, and on this day, was Mr. Lewis welcome just to your mom's house? I mean, your mom didn't really care for Mr. Lewis, right? At that time.
She did.
And so it wasn't something where it was a great relationship between him and your mom where he could kind of just show up and walk in and get the kids, right? It was something that needed to be coordinated.
Yes.
And at some point he does go and get the children.
Yes.
Did you actually know that he had picked them up?
My mom and my sister notified me.
Okay. So he gets the kids, and then at some point he then brings them back to the house.
Yes.
Now, and I don't know if you were asked this on direct. I did have just a little bit of trouble hearing. It's not your contention that he was waiting outside in his car in the driveway or
Speculation?
Why don't we try rephrasing the question, focused on what she observed?
do you know whether or not he was waiting outside in the car in your driveway or by your house for you to get home?
No.
Do you know if he was lying in wait for you?
No.
I'm assuming because we can't see the full video, we'll kind of only see that part on the driveway. So the part where you're walking to your front door, I'm assuming are you running to your door at that point when the shots ring out?
I'm screaming.
Was
I was standing still screaming.
Okay. And you were screaming as you were making your way to the door, right?
When I was screaming stop. I was standing in one spot.
Which was where?
In the mid pathway of my drive.
Okay. Mid pathway of your driveway.
It's like, if you look at the driveway, it's a pathway that goes to my door.
Right. I know what you're talking. Okay. And does the door open right away? Do they open the door for you right away, or are you having to wait there for some
I was
time?
banging for a minute because everybody was franticing inside the house.
And as that's happening, I mean, you're hearing a bunch of shots, right?
Yes.
And you're panicking, right?
Yes.
Scary. And you're focused on trying to get inside.
Yes.
Okay. And you're focused on trying to get in the door. The door is open, trying to get in, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you ultimately get inside. There were no gunshots or anything inside the house, right?
No.
Or at your door?
No.
There was no damage to the door?
No.
One moment, ma'am. Thank you so much for you.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Gabrielle, defense counsel and I asked you first about your prior incidents of conflict between yourself and the defendant. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you document those injuries?
Yes.
Non-duplicate.
The what?
That's the
Day 1. There's numbers for so we might hit 30. 31. 8 and 51. That's it. No. This is what you need. Yes. These are the ones you're not.
Gabrielle, I'm approaching you for what's been marked as 631, 33, 38, 43, 46, 48, and 51. Can you take a look at these photos and tell me what you're realizing?
It's the photos of my bruises and scrapes from the September 2018 incident.
What is the specific date on the photographs?
September 21st of 2018.
And those photos taken by you or someone else?
Me.
And do they fair and accurately depict your injuries as you documented on that date?
Yes.
Did the photos appear to be changed or altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
At this time, state will move into evidence states 31, 33, 38, 43, 46, 48, and 51.
One moment, Judge, just one moment.
Absolutely.
No objection.
Admitted.
Your Honor, published in states 31. Gabrielle, can you describe for the jury what we're looking at in states 31?
It would be the bruises on the side of my neck.
And specifically, what date was this photo taken?
September 21st of 2018.
On what day?
A Friday.
At what time?
At 2:55.
Looking at states 33, what are we looking at in that incident?
A scrape on my elbow.
And how did you get that scrape?
When the fight led to outside, and we was outside on the concrete.
What states 38?
That would be the bruising around my neck and the cut from his nail.
When you say his nail, who are you referring to?
The defendant, Lamonte Lewis.
What are we looking at in states 43?
Me crying and the swelling around my neck.
Why did you take that photo specifically?
To show the swelling around my neck.
What are we looking at in states 46?
The scraping on my knee.
And states 48?
The scraping on my ankle.
And finally, states 51?
The bite marks on my tongue from me biting down from being choked.
And at what time did you take that last photo?
At 2:54.
Is that all on the same day?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further from the state.
Recross on those points.
Ms. Gore, you, at March 28th of 2020, you and Mr. Davenport were talking, you were dating.
We was friends. We wasn't dating.
Outside the scope of redirect.
Ms. Flack, if you can tie it in, or what was asked on cross, or on, excuse me, on the redirect.
I'll withdraw, Judge.
All right, you have any further questions at this time? All right. So at this time, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Flag?
Yes.
All right. You can step down.
Others. Others.
All right, members of the jury, as I understand it, we have one more witness to hear from today. Unless anyone needs a break, state may call their next witness.
And instead, we'll call Heather Weathers to the stand.
Well, testimony should be in accordance with the truth and nothing but the truth. So
I do.
please state your first and last name for the court.
Helen Weathers, HELENWEATHERS.
Good afternoon, Ms. Weathers.
Good afternoon.
Please tell the jury how you're currently employed.
I'm currently a lieutenant with the City of South Fulton Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the City of South Fulton?
Since the inception of our police department in March of 2018.
And how long you've been employed in your current role?
I'm currently the CID lieutenant since August of last year. Previous to that, I was a patrol commander, and previous to that, crime scene manager.
And describe to the jury what is the responsibilities of a crime scene manager.
So in the role of the crime scene manager, I oversaw all of the crime scene forensic investigations for the department for any incident that required the forensic investigations to any case.
And in your role as manager, how would you become assigned to a particular case?
So we would get assigned just depending upon the incident. If a case arose, it depended upon the staff I had available. I'd either assign an available person that wasn't currently working something, or I was also a working manager, so I also would actually go out and assist or work cases as well.
And when you go out and assist and work cases, how do you determine what you do on a specific case?
It really depends on what transpired, what type of investigation we're doing. There's a normal crime scene type protocol of how we document our investigations, documenting anything we go out and do with notes, reports, photography, videography, any of our other available options that we have to us. And it's really incident dependent. We'll do far more thorough things for serious crimes such as homicides, but we also do everything up to which we would call persons crimes, but then we also investigate property crimes. And so the things that we do just depend on, based on the type of incident we're investigating.
Directing your attention to the March 28th, 2020 incident, which occurred at 4660 Diamond Drive. Do you recall this case?
I do.
How were you assigned to that specific case?
At the time, I was the manager of the unit, but I also assisted in doing a search warrant related to the case.
And what was the search warrant for?
We went to a residence pursuant to the incident. The detectives developed information that led us to another address. And based on that search warrant, we did some more investigative measures that needed to be documented.
And did you find out who that other address belonged to?
I don't recall off the top of my head who it but was pertinent to the case.
And once you arrived at that residence, what did you first do?
Basically, we will do photography documenting the scene or the residence as it is when we arrive.
How do you determine what and where to photograph first?
It's based on the original investigation. So the detectives, lead detectives on the case will develop information as it pertains to this case. In this case, they developed information, led us to this house, and additional information that would be relevant to the original crime scene. Items that we focused on were a vehicle, as well as phones and some, based on this crime, you have crimes that will either involve maybe firearms or weapons that are sharp. So based on how the original scene will dictate what type of evidence we're looking for. The original crime scene here involved firearms, so we were looking for ammunition, firearms, firearm parts, things of that nature. That was pertinent to what we were documenting at this house.
I'm showing mostly marked as states 5:33 through 7:20. Prior to today, do you have a opportunity to review the photos that you took related to this search warrant?
Yes.
I went the exhibits. Can you tell the jurors what you recognize them to be?
I recognize them to be the photographs of the residents pursuant to the search warrant that we took that day.
And did the photos appear to be altered or changed in any way?
No.
Did they fair and accurately depict the house as you photographed it on the day at the 365 X Circle location?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we'll move into evidence. States 532 to 720.
Can you say that number one more time?
532 to 720.
All right, any objection to these? I'm sorry, take up what?
The 200 photos, can we just take a quick look at them so I can see what they are?
Yeah, you take your time.
I'll do this. This is important. They're in, they can all. But it's. Right, but these go back. So make sure go back. So I need to object to this for my, just for the same reason, for the record. 6. On that one, just for the same, I just have to make my record. Okay, go ahead. All those. All my phones.
Oh, backwards. She just put that on.
Check the
phone? Yeah, just what is, just. Where do you see reading? Here, you look at those and look at these. So that address. It's gonna be on. This is the picture. Click on it. Sure.
Judge, can we just quickly approach?
Just want to preserve, 634, 635, 637, it's the same objection that we dealt with the phones, they're just the same photos.
Let me get the news. It's 6:33 through what?
634, well, I guess 633 was the 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Oh, 403 objection.
Yes.
And just
The state's response will be the same, the reason why we.
the responses are all the same. I so it's a minute over objection.
Your Honor, at this time, still will move into evidence, States Exhibit 532 through 720.
Other than the objections already noted for the record, are there any objections? Any additional objections? All right. So those exhibits are admitted. You may proceed.
And the publishing first States 532.
So basic protocols, whenever we go to a scene, we will take an overall photograph of what it is we're documenting. In this case, it's the residence at 3256. So it's an overall photograph of the house with the mailbox and the numerics for the residence that we were at.
Did you know from the driveway?
There is a white minivan in the driveway,
What color is it?
white.
And publishing next States 535. What are we looking at 535?
It's a photograph of the mailbox and the mail that was within the mailbox.
Is there a name on the end of the mailbox?
It's Lamonte Lewis,
What is the address of that mail?
3526 Ebb Circle, Fairburn, Georgia, 30213.
Looking next at States 545. Why you take that angle of the minivan?
We do what we call 360 photographs. So we will do overalls around vehicles. Sometimes if we can go around a house or whatnot, it's just really give an overall perspective of the area that we're at.
Did you observe any damage to that white vehicle in the driveway?
To the white minivan, no.
Looking next at State 633. I was, I'm sorry, 593 when we shot, went a little bit out of order.
What are we looking at here? It states 593.
So as I'm photographing from inside the residence, it's the interior garage from the residence into the garage.
What did you observe in the garage?
There's an additional white sedan vehicle that was parked inside the garage.
Looking next at 594. And why did you take that photo?
It's just an additional picture as we move into the next room, identifying that it's a white Kia sedan, just getting a better vantage point of it from the point of the entry door into the garage.
Do you notice any other vehicles in the garage?
No.
Well, how would you describe sort of the general condition of the garage?
The house looked fairly new, fairly recently moved in. There wasn't a lot of furniture, so there wasn't really much of anything in the garage. Kind of consistent with maybe being a new move-in type residence.
Looking at, let's say, 602. Why did you take a photo from the back of the vehicle?
We take photos from, again, all around the vehicle, but also from the back to identify the tag and identifying marking on the vehicle when that information shows who the vehicle is registered to.
What's the make and model of the vehicle that you photographed?
It's a Kia Optima.
Looking next at state 607. What are we looking at in state 607?
It's a photograph of the vehicle from the rear passenger side showing damage on the rear passenger quarter panel and then just an additional angle of the vehicle from inside the garage.
And I'm thinking those photos, is the garage door open or closed?
The garage is closed.
Looking next at state 611. What are we looking at in state 611?
It's an additional photograph of the passenger side of the white Kia Optima with damage to that passenger side.
What is the color of the markings that you know?
There appears to be a red transfer damage onto the white Kia.
Looking next at state 633. What are we looking at in state 633?
So a photograph of one of the bedrooms, and within that bedroom, there were cell phones that were plugged in on the floor of that bedroom.
Looking next at state 708. What are we looking at in state 708?
It's a photograph of a gun box that was located and the associated identifying information of what type of weapon was in that box.
What information based on the box would indicate what type of weapon had been in that box?
We know it's based on the information, it's a 9mm weapon with an associated serial number of TMT 27352 that's listed down in the bottom right corner.
Based on the information on that box, are you able to determine the caliber?
It says 9mm on the label.
Looking next at state 709. What are we looking at here?
It's a photograph of that box open.
What, if anything, do you observe about the box?
It has items that come with the box when a gun is purchased in that type of box. A child safety lock, a magazine, and I believe that's like a magazine load or another piece of plastic that goes with the weapon.
Do you see a weapon in the box?
No.
Looking next at state 710. What are we looking at here?
It's a receipt associated with that box.
And what is the date on that receipt?
3/25 of 2020.
And on the receipt, based on the information, are you able to determine who the receipt may have belonged to?
The name listed on the receipt is Lamonte Deshaun Lewis.
Based on the receipt, are you able to tell me what was purchased?
It was a Taurus TH9 weapon with an associated serial number TMT 27352. That includes additional ammunition that was purchased. And it also shows that there was holsters in the gun case and accessory, as well as a leather holster.
Looking next at states 713. Why do you take this photograph on?
It's a photograph with the passenger, or correction, the front driver's door. We do various ranges of photos when we'll do overalls to begin with. And then when we start identifying things that we need to focus on that are maybe more pertinent to our investigation, we will do mid-range photos, and then we'll follow up with close-up photos of what we want to show that's pertinent to the investigation.
I'm looking at state 718. Why did you take this photo?
So that would be the close-up photograph of what that mid-range photo was of the front driver door of the Kia. There was suspected blood evidence on the door handle that was photographed. We photographed with a scale just to give an idea of the size of what that stain was, and that is a close-up of that photo.
Once you photograph the stain on the hand, did you do anything else with it?
Being that it was suspected blood pertinent to the investigation, we were doing a sample of that is collected so that it can be analyzed further at the crime lab.
How do you cut the sample? Medicine.
The sample is collected with a sterile cotton swab. If the sample is not wet, we will use sterile water to moisten the swab. It's then collected. It's then sealed, air dried and sealed in packaging, and packaged up, secured, transported first to our property and evidence room, where it's then transported to the state crime lab.
I want you to take the photos of the SSO location. Did you have any further role in the investigation of this case?
I did not.
Thank you. Now we're going to mistake.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon. Detective?
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant Weathers.
Yes, ma'am.
Lieutenant, you just testified that you basically photographed and did some crime scene collection at the home of what we now know to be Mr. Lewis, right? Lamonte Lewis?
That's correct.
And that was on March 30th of 2020.
If that's what the report says, yes.
Okay. And you're aware, I'm sure from some of your involvement in this case, that the homicide in this case happened March 28th of 2020.
If that was the original date, yes, that's correct.
This is about 2 days later. You go to the house. And are you there alone, or who from South Fulton is with you?
The lead detectives or other detectives that were assisting in the case.
Was Detective Moss with you?
I would have to refer to the supplement report that I did.
That's okay.
It was detailed in that.
Okay. Nonetheless, you get there, and let's start first with the car. The car was located in the garage, right?
Is that a question?
It is.
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked on direct. You were asked, and I think you agreed that the garage door was closed.
That's correct.
Okay. Was the garage door functioning? Do you know if it could open as well?
I don't recall.
Is it uncommon for cars to be parked in their garage?
Uncommon?
Is it uncommon?
No.
Okay. And you were able to access the car how did you access the car actually? From the inside of the house?
That's correct.
Okay. And you testified and you showed us photos, or we saw photos of, there was, I think state 718 showed the doorknob of the car, that there appeared to be what was suspected blood evidence there, right?
That's correct.
And there was, do you know what Blue Star is? What's Blue Star?
Blue Star is a type of luminol.
Okay. And what does it do? What does it do?
It's used to detect latent blood.
Okay.
Blood that you can't see with the naked eye. It's not used if you see something that you suspect is blood. There's a couple ways you can collect it and send it to the crime lab, and they'll detect, number one, if the substance you submit is blood first. If something is determined to be blood, then it's sent to additional testing within the crime lab, determine if it's human, animal, and then further on, if it's needs to be determined for DNA.
And oftentimes you all will use Blue Star if you think like a crime scene maybe has been cleaned, and you have a reason to think maybe there was blood evidence there, you'll use that agent, right? And what does it look like?
Blue Star luminesces, creates its own light when it reacts with the proteins in the blood. If there's been cleaned up blood, you can get sometimes some false positives if something's been cleaned with hydrogen peroxide or some other chemicals. But again, it's only used if you don't see anything or if there is a suspicion that something has been cleaned up. This case, the blood was suspected blood was visible.
Right. The suspected blood was very visible, right?
Correct.
It didn't appear to you to have been tried to be cleaned or tampered with, right? You didn't need to use Blue Star. You thought you saw it and you sent it off to be tested, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then same with, there was some damage to the front, or was it the front of the car in the picture? Where did we see damage? Actually, it was to the passenger side, right? Where we saw that burgundy.
The passenger side, that's correct.
And that didn't appear to have been tampered with or tried to be repaired or painted over, right?
No, not in my opinion.
It was visible from your naked eye.
Correct.
And the vehicle was located at Lamonte Lewis's house, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's talk about the state's 708, 709, 710. Those were the photos of the 9mm gun purchase, the box, and the receipt. Those were those photos. Okay, I'm going to ask you about those. Where did you find that in the house?
I believe they were in the kitchen.
Okay. Were they pretty easy to find?
If I recall, the house again appeared to be fairly recently moved in. There wasn't a lot of stuff within the house.
I mean, number one, they were there, right?
That's correct.
Found them. And they weren't like, there wasn't a hole cut out in the wall and they were hidden somewhere, right?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. And same with the receipt. The receipt was located in the box, right?
Correct.
And the receipt appeared to be from a purchase at a store in Jonesboro, right?
That's correct.
And it appeared to be, from what your observation was, a lawful purchase of a gun. There was a receipt.
Correct.
And there was also, I think, a leather holster that was purchased as well on that receipt.
Based on the receipt, correct.
Was anyone in the home when you arrived?
I don't recall.
Do you recall how you all got in the house?
No, I don't.
But there was no standoff or
No.
anything
No.
memorable?
No.
Appeared to be a pretty standard search that you would do.
Correct.
All right.
We do quite a few of them.
One moment. That's all. Thank you.
You redirect.
Never further from the state, Your Honor. Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Can this witness be excused? Thank you, ma'am. All right. Does the state have anything else available to present today?
No, Your Honor, no.
All right. So members of the jury, we've covered a lot of ground. Thank you for your patience and attention. And we are well on track and on schedule. So I think we can conclude today. And what I would ask is if you could again be back here at 9 o'clock, ready to go. I know some folks are struggling with traffic again. I'm sure it'll be there waiting for us on Wednesday as well. And as always, I need to advise you, don't do any research about this case. Everything you learn happens in here. And don't discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves. Unless there are any other concerns, seeing none, we'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you so much. All right, council. Just want to check in with you, but also before I forget, flag something that I just remembered. Trying to anticipate things that may come up tomorrow. If we get to the medical examiner tomorrow, I just want to caution the state to be mindful of which photos it's tendering and publishing. It did look like at least one of the jurors is just not very fond of the sight of blood. And, you know, in order to reduce the likelihood that becomes an issue, you know, we'll just have to take that as it comes. Well, I don't know if that's, you know, possible in a case that charges murder, but to the extent it is, something to keep in mind. I think that's all I have on my end. Is there anything from the state we can take up or use this time for before we recess for the day?
Not from the state.
All right, Mr. Gardner, Ms. Flack.
Not that I can think of, but can we, how many witnesses are we expecting?
I'll confirm later by you.
Yeah, Judge, I do want to ask, say that we maybe go to around, they stop it around this time. If you have
It really all depends on the timing. If it's, you know, the only person that it could be would be Mr. Lewis at this point based on your witness list. And I would expect the state, you know, I haven't heard of any other logistical issues. We're just going to keep going tomorrow until the state rests. And if the state is resting around, you know, anytime past 4, I would say that's more likely we're just going to kick it off for the day. Anytime before then, I don't want to get locked into a time until we see how we've been going, because at the very least we could start with a direct. And I thought, you know, with Miss Gore, you know, that only took about an hour and a half. And so, you know, it seems like Mr. Lewis's testimony may be comparable. And so if we've got an hour, I think we should use it, but we'll see. I understand the concern, but if we've got a witness here ready to go, I would say anything before 4, be prepared to at least get started. Anything else?
Nothing from the defense.
All right, thank you all. We'll be in recess. And again, let's just reconvene a few minutes before 9 o'clock just to see what's come up.
Yes, sir.
All right, take care. Off the record.